I'd like to call the meeting to order. It's about 9:41. November 18th, 2022.
Everybody. Douglas Coleman.
Here.
Bill Allen.
Here.
Ronald Brady.
Here.
David Mann.
Here.
Andy Attainment. Ms. Bennett, if you can unmute. If you can hear Ms. Bennett. Shay Smith is absent and Alan will be joining us shortly.
And actually, I'm on the level.
Yeah, Allison Love is absent today.
All right, I guess we're ready for our retreat presentations, and I'll turn it back to you, Gretchen.
Thank you, Vice Chair. The first up, we have our Office of the County Auditor.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Bob Melton, County Auditor. It's a pleasure to be with you today. Before we get started, we want to talk a little bit about audit planning. But before we do that, I just want to thank you folks. You've been doing this for quite a while now, and you've been very diligent about your job. I've been monitoring your meetings. I know some of them have been very long, and you take this very seriously, and particularly on project eligibility and getting the money out there as soon as possible. So you're doing a tremendous service for the citizens and residents of Broward County. So thank you. I want to talk about the annual audit plan, which will be, we're talking about why we do an audit plan, what it consists of. An audit plan is deciding what to audit. And then we also want to talk about some activities that we've done during the past year as relating to Surtax, just to make sure that you're aware that we are actually doing something when it comes to Surtax. So we'll talk about that in a few minutes today. So the question is, why do we prepare an audit plan? And one reason is, there's a lot of things in Broward County we can audit. And so we have to have some methodology of choosing the areas where we can best use our resources. And, so we construct a long list of all the possible audit entities. And, even today, we are rarely auditing the same area twice. And there are areas of Broward County that we simply have never audited. So we have to have some method of trying to make sure that we can be most effective in our resources. And, just to get sidetracked a little bit, when you might think of the CPA firm that comes and does the financial statement audit, and, their role is to express an opinion on the financial statements and determine whether or not they're presented fairly. Their role is not to go out there and try to find improvements where operations can be more efficient or more effective. And I even argue sometimes they don't really want to find those things because then they have to spend more time and then that cuts into their profit. But it's just the opposite with us. We are not here just to say, oh, everything's okay. We're here to find areas where government can improve. And, government operations are much like people. Nobody's perfect and no government operation is perfect. So if there's areas out there to improve, we want to find it. And so we try to direct our resources to those areas where we think there are the most opportunities for improvement. And then, also we try to determine the most critical areas, and typically that translates into financial impact. If an agency's got a lot of money flowing through it, that's going to raise its risk. If there's a high operational impact to the citizens, that's going to raise the risk, like an ambulance service or something where life and death could be involved, that tremendously raises the risk. And then also the audit plan informs the stakeholders of what we plan to audit. You know, sometimes we have to do audits that are unannounced because to do otherwise could compromise the audit procedures. And particularly true on the more investigative type audits where we have a complaint come in that somebody's doing something wrong. Obviously, we can't always broadcast to everybody as to what we're going to be doing, but by and large, there's no harm done in disclosing the areas that we plan to audit. And so that's what the audit plan does. We actually publish it and we send it to the Board of County Commissioners. It's publicly available. You know, we don't try to hide anything. We have various types of activities we do. And, you know, audits are the main thing that we do. That's really our bread and butter. But there are a lot of situations where a full audit is not warranted, but there is a need for us to provide assistance to be helpful to people, if it's county management or county agencies or whatever. So we do that. You know, we want to help improve government wherever we can. So we developed a system of we issue memos in many occasions, and we call those memos advisories, and we number them. But we issue a lot of those during the year. One of the areas that we do those in are on RFPs, draft RFPs, and you may not know this, and I don't want to get into areas that aren't my part here to cover from our office. But whenever the county issues an RFP for services, before it goes out the door, it comes through our office. And so we review that, we review the scope, we review the evaluation, methodology and those type things. And then we say we have no concerns, or we may issue an advisory, say we recommend you fix this, this, and this. And of course, you know, and on the audit side, I like to say, you know, we can't make anybody do anything. You know, we have no enforcement power. If we did, we wouldn't be the independent auditor, but we can, you know, we try to be as persuasive as possible, and we put those out. And the purchasing department actually has been very, very cooperative with us in implementing our recommendations. I couldn't be more pleased with how well they're working with us on that. And I mean, I think it's really helped decrease problems going to the Board of County Commissioners. Before we started doing that, it seems like there were always proposers up there in front of the board alleging improper RFP for one reason or another. That has decreased substantially since we've got involved or are going through those things. And so, you know, we attend your meetings virtually. Laura is the person assigned to Surtax, and so she monitors everything that's going on, and she and I have a lot of discussions about those activities. So we do all types of audits, financial related, compliance, performance, a lot of operational performance audits, because as I said, a big part of our role is to help provide improvement. So, you know, you'll see a lot of issues in our reports that are not a violation of any policy or any law, but there are areas where government could be operating more efficiently or effectively, or a program could be done better. And so we do our audits in accordance with generally accepted government auditing standards, otherwise known to us as the Yellow Book. And so now, well, let's see. Right now, just mentioned already that we presented the report to the Board of County Commissioners. We do include the Surtax audits in that audit plan, and we're going to go over that with you today. To determine our audit plan, we solicit requests from the Board of County Commissioners. Any input they have as to areas they'd like to have audited, we try to make that our highest priority. We also solicit input from the county administrator. And every year I sit down with the county administrator and they provide, she provides suggestions of areas of concern that she would like to have audited. We have the authority to audit any area that we deem needs to be audited, you know, to put it on our audit plan or to audit an area that's not on our audit plan. That's part of being an independent auditor also. And we do investigate complaints. And so we get some of those, and when they're financially related, such as potential fraud or inefficient use of monies and so forth, we will normally investigate those. If there are items that are more personnel related, like harassment or something like that, we would refer that to the appropriate county agency to look at those. But if it's money related, then we would look at it. The audit plan is just that. It's a plan. It's not cast in concrete. It's just a guideline that we need as to where to target our resources. If we don't complete everything on the plan, that's no big deal to us. That probably means there were other things that came up during the year that was a higher priority. So we'll carry those over to the next year if need be. So it's always subject to adjustment. And now I'll introduce Laura Rogers, who I think you all know pretty well. So take it from here.
Hello, everybody. It's nice to see everyone tonight. I'll take over. And as you know, the Surtax is funding one position from our office. Technically, I am that person. I'm the primary auditor assigned. I do attend these meetings. You might not have heard me, but I've been listening. We also use resources from our entire office, whether it's Mr. Milton is the county auditor, Kathy Ann Hewlett is the deputy county auditor, administrative support, and Jed is an audit manager, and our entire office could be involved, even though we have one dedicated position. Essentially, you have the resources of our full office as needed. And advisory and consulting services, Bob touched on this already. That usually is about 20% of the effort applied each year. And that's attendance at these meetings. We also review the Board of County Commissioners agenda, which includes many items related to Surtax. So we are looking at those at the time the board approves them. As needed, negotiation assistance when those contracts are being executed. Usually that might be me that gets called, but anybody in my office could be a resource to anybody in the county negotiating those terms and conditions. Bob also spoke about the review of Surtax solicitations. Again, that is mostly me. And again, we're looking at making sure that those solicitations help encourage fair and open competition, quality candidates, and also trying to reduce protests or any other issues that come up. And I always make sure that we do have CBE goals, because I know that's very important to this board. And also looking at contract language is needed, and Angela and I might work together when issues come up there. And the issuance of advisory memorandum, which may be on those solicitations, but it could be on absolutely anything that might come up during the year that needs attention. Direct audit services is the majority of the effort provided by our office. And we do have some upcoming audits planned for 2023. The first one, an audit of MAP contract administration. We plan to audit the municipality agreements and follow-up audits. And just to discuss those in a little bit more detail, the goal of any of our audits is to take a look at some of those processes and when we can to find opportunities for improvement. But we plan on looking at contract administration, the practices and controls in place. And as so many agreements are being executed, we're getting more and more municipalities involved in projects going on. We thought this was a great opportunity to take a look at the control center that's going to flow out to all of those agreements. And we've discussed this with Gretchen, and she's very supportive and always open to our feedback. So she's a great partner for us all to work with. And then next, we do plan on auditing some of those municipality agreements. We're still considering which ones we may do. Some of that is our ongoing risk assessment process. Some may flow from our actual review of MAP contract administration. And we plan on looking at really all areas of those agreements: financial expenditures, invoicing, costs, but also performance. There's lots of things that go into an agreement. Everybody kind of thinks audit just focuses on dollars, but we focus on a lot more than that. We really look at performance. Are they delivering the project that you intended for them to deliver? Are they doing it on time? Is it quality? You know, any safety issues, anything that may come up behind that, contract compliance, insurance issues, timeliness issues. All of these are really indicators that go into what's behind the scenes to make a project happen, but are also equally important. And again, anytime we see an opportunity for improvement, we always like to share those. Follow-up activities. Government accountability standards require us to follow up. So audits or reviews that were previously completed, we'll be looking forward at those again, and just to see if our recommendations have been implemented. And you might go, well, what are you following up on? And Jed will fill you in on that right now.
Good morning, everyone. Jed Shank, Office of the County Auditor. So I'm going to address our audit activity updates. And with that, I'm going to cover 3 audits that we completed this year. 2 of them have been issued, and 1 I'll cover to a lesser extent that's in draft, and we'll be seeing that shortly. The first audit I'm going to cover is the audit of the MPO. We did an audit of the MPO specific to the Transportation Surtax Services Agreement, the services provided by the MPO. And with the exception of some of the items I'm going to cover in the next slide, we found that the payments that Broward County made to the MPO were reasonable and appropriate, and we found that the MPO was generally in compliance with the ILA. We did identify opportunities for improvement, and those opportunities for improvement, the first item shown here is an amount of $352,000 in salary and overhead costs that were billed to the county that lack adequate underlying support. And what that means is there was a lack of detailed timesheets for that amount that showed exactly what services were to be provided. And those types, that type of record is something that's pretty standard in an arrangement like this, where you would need to see exactly the hours that are being charged to the county. Well, what are those hours for? What work was accomplished, so that the county knows what it's paying for. Within that amount, there was another amount of approximately $26,000. And we've identified that as a duplicate billing. That's a duplicate billing because it was an amount that was charged for holiday and paid time off. And that was directly charged to the county, but it was also paid to the MPO in the form of an overhead payment. The agreement calls for a 50% markup on salary and overhead costs, and that 50% markup is intended to cover overhead costs, such as holiday and paid time off. Those are not something that you would expect to see directly billed, and we did see that. And on the same on that same line, we found another instance of approximately $29,000 of duplicate billed overhead costs. Again, that was $29,000 was for these items: furniture, software, office supplies. It was not expected to see that to be directly billed to the county because it was already covered in the overhead payment that was made to the MPO. The first 2 items that I covered, we had some recommendations to improve practices going forward and change those practices. And the third item, we had a recommendation for dollar recovery. Lastly, with this audit, we had a process improvement or an improvement with contractual language that would ensure some enhanced independence requirements between the MPO and the consultants that they hire to provide the services. So with that, I'm going to go to the second audit. Yes, sir.
Those 2 items, how was it resolved again?
Yes, certainly. So on the first 2 items, those were resolved by correcting those going forward. The $352,000 was for services that the services appeared reasonable in terms of what you might expect their costs to be incurred. But the problem was that the underlying support did not provide the exact detail of what they did for those services. It it demonstrated the hours charged and the person that charged those hours, but we couldn't tell what was the individual doing for those hours charged. When we looked overall, from a reasonability standpoint, certainly we anticipated that they would incur some cost. And so because it was in line with that, we had a recommendation to simply correct that practice going forward and make sure they submitted detailed timesheets.
When you say correct practice, they need to keep the books differently, but that money was allowed for them to keep.
That's correct.
And I assume the other, Mr. Chairman, the other two items are part of that.
The second item is part of that as well. The third item, the $29,000, was a very much so more of a clear-cut case. That was clearly not allowed in the contract by the contract language, and that amount was recommended for recovery.
I assume that was recovered.
So one of the practices in our office is to do a follow-up review of projects. And so that's in line. I would refer to administration to address that question.
It was recovered.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you still, Mr. Chairman, for the time being until we get over. Question. One of the concerns that the board had expressed at that point, the Surtax board had concerns with was in fact the final item, which was an appearance of a conflict of interest between the services of the consultant, both to the NPO as well as to the cities on which they were grading or scoring their projects. What was the commitment that was received as part of the audit response to that issue, other than just saying, well, we need to make sure that we address that in the contract?
I hesitate for us to discuss that right now because we are involved in an investigation as it relates to that basic issue. So we probably should defer a discussion on that.
We'll follow up on that in the future. Is that okay?
Great, thank you. So with that, I'll move on to the second report, the second project that we issued this year. And that was one of the community shuttle program. We found that the municipalities were in compliance with the agreements, and we found that the general fiscal oversight, use of resources, et cetera, were appropriate. But like most of our audits, we did find opportunities for improvement. One of the most significant opportunities for improvement in the report that we identified was a need to review existing business models and tracking of performance measures relative to the cost of services across the municipalities. What we found was that, and we put a table in the report that showed the cost per rider vary significantly amongst the municipalities. And in fact, if you look at the lowest costing municipality versus the highest costing, there's about a difference of 4 times the cost. And there's 2 factors that feed into that. One is there's a negotiated hourly rate with each municipality, and those hourly rates vary by municipality. And then on top of that, another factor that drives that is the ridership. Different routes, different municipalities have a different ridership. So to the extent that there's higher ridership on a particular route, they're more efficient and have a lower cost per passenger. So we had some recommendations to monitor that type of data, and going forward, and to the extent that there's any practices that need to be changed, we put some of that in the recommendations, some different suggestions on what could be considered.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I can understand the difference in ridership causing prices to be up and down. Why is there such a disparity between the negotiated cost between the municipalities for the same service?
That's a great question, and that's something that we touched on in the report. We indicated that all things being equal, you would anticipate the cost of operating a shuttle bus for 1 hour would essentially be pretty consistent amongst municipalities. The labor paid to the driver, the fuel, the maintenance incurred. So some of the things that impacted that, we heard that municipalities, many of the municipalities contract with a vendor. They all contract with the same vendor, but that vendor is a different distance from different municipalities. So there is something referred to as the deadhead miles that for some municipalities that are a greater distance from that vendor, it takes longer for the bus to first drive there and start the day. That does not explain all of it, but there were certain factors like that. But ultimately, we would anticipate those costs to be a lot tighter, a lot closer together.
What are you doing to see that that happens?
So one of the recommendations that we included or suggestion within the recommendation was for the county to take a more centralized role in the bidding process, the solicitation process of the vendors. Currently, each municipality, the ones that do outsource, which are the majority of them, those municipalities that outsource each have their individual procurement process. And so from that same vendor, they're getting these different hourly rates coming back to them. So to the extent that the county can help to centralize that a little bit and provide some input on that, can probably pull that together a little bit more. And overall, the county's involvement in that process.
Go ahead, Virgin.
When Mr. Garling comes up to give his presentation, he's next. He'll talk to you a little bit about what they're looking at doing. I'll give you an update on the response to that final bullet.
Also, the age of the vehicles changes the cost, and when you sign the contracts for the financing of the vehicles, the type of vehicles can also vary the cost of with the vendor. And then I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
Yes, sir. Jed Shank, audit manager with the
Mr.
county
Shank
auditors.
was saying it's the distance between where the vehicle starts in the morning and ends at the end of the day. In Fort Lauderdale, we used to have a lot right near downtown that we stored the vehicles, so we found it to be cheaper, but there's a lot of variables in every city that affects the cost of the contract with the vendor.
For the record, I'm turning the meeting back to the chair.
But it would be interesting to hear what can be done on a more comprehensive, because I agree, and the other thing with these TMAs or that's what we call them, right? TMA? That's what we call ours. But what the deal with that is that it's very local and they have their objectives on where the neediest riders are and the routes and what kind of vehicles work with and so it'll be interesting to see how you can reel that into something a little more comprehensive where it's being managed a little bit more universally. And then that you still get that same feeling of, local service.
Can I ask Mr. Garling to come up and speak
Yeah,
to that
that'd be
right now?
great.
Would that be okay? Sorry.
Good morning. My name is Tim Garling, Deputy General Manager of the Transportation Department. So yes, we worked closely with the auditor's office on this particular point. So since the audit, we have been working internally on a process in which we could centralize the procurement across all the various municipalities. Right now in the program, we have 18 municipalities, 12 do contract work and 6 do it in-house. And as the audit showed, there was a wide variety of costs for various reasons. In-house at one municipality, they're paying people one thing, something else differently. So what we're looking at is a centralized approach to procurement. And we're nearly ready to sort of kind of roll out that process. That's going to take some close coordination with all the municipalities, or we're going to have to discuss it and we're going to have to work with them. But we're really optimistic that we can get this particular issue kind of resolved where we get a better consistency on the overall price. Because I think, Chair, you pointed out exactly what some of the issues are. This deadheading issue, it's so fine between each of those individual municipalities. Each municipality has their own contracting process. Each has their own negotiating process. So you end up with this disparity. By doing a broader procurement, we have the chance to take advantage of economies of scale and get the best price that we can overall. So we think in the long term, this is going to work out well. So we think we've, really got something that is going to work, but we have to do it in partnership with our municipalities. But I do think it just shows we work closely with the auditor's office. It just shows really sort of the benefits of how this works. We can identify issues and work on them because I believe in continual improvement. There's nothing that we do that can't be improved or that we can find to be improved. And this is a good example of it.
Thank you.
All right.
With that, the second and third point, I think we've touched on some improvements with regard to how the hourly rates are established and improvement with how some of the routes are utilized. The final point, we identified a number of improvements in terms of operational improvements, whether it be signage, record keeping, maintenance records. I'll touch on maintenance records. That was an important area that we had identified. Essentially, the municipalities are responsible for performing the maintenance on the vehicles, but the county owns the most of the vehicles. So it's very important to make sure that the municipalities are doing their role in maintaining those county-owned assets.
Excuse me, that's for the non-vendor vehicles.
No, sir. There are cases, there are some instances where the vendor owns a vehicle and incorporates the cost of ownership into their rate. But many of those municipalities that contract with the vendor is operating the municipality or the county's vehicle. With that, I'm going to address the third audit. And this one there's a little bit less discussion on because this project is in draft. It is confidential until issued. We did receive managers' responses this week, so we are evaluating those responses and finalizing that. So you should be seeing the final issued product very shortly on that. I can say this was an audit of the Oakland Park Bridge, the fixed bridge west of Hiatus Road. And what we did was evaluated the county's review of invoice payments to the contractor. And we looked at the procurement methodology for soliciting that contractor. So you should be seeing that one very shortly.
Who requested that audit? Was that internal or was that just on the basis of the auditor's sampling?
Yes, sir. That was part of our annual audit plan to cover both construction audits as well as a surtax related audit. So that was established through our risk assessment process, a review of the different capital projects that were out there. And finally, as you heard earlier in the presentation, our office does a number of advisory services and consulting type services, and those culminate in the form of audit advisory memos. So you can see there's a number of audit advisory memos that were issued throughout the year. With that,
You can go to the next one, that's fine.
okay. With that, if you ever have any concerns, questions, we would welcome you. Please feel free to reach out to our office. We're always willing and ready to assist. Thank you.
And next up, we have Mr. Garling from Broward County Transit.
Hey, good morning again. We're going to talk today about program performance for the transit system. And I think similar to the comments that I made during the budget season, I do think that we're in a little bit of a unique position talking about program performance right now, because I think ridership to me is sort of this critical and sort of overwhelming yardstick that we have to look at in transit. there's all kinds of metrics, per hour metrics and cost per ride metrics and all those kind of things, but we're really recovering from a very serious situation where we had significant reductions in levels of service. We're going to talk a little bit more today about some of the issues that we had with, billing runs by drivers. So until we deal with the sort of health of the system and get the system to recover, the main yardstick that we're really using that just overwhelms everything is ridership. That's showing us that we're getting better, we're recovering. We can kind of get back to where we were. We can start to granulate our use of statistics and we can start to focus on individual routes. But for now, ridership, is sort of king. So the first thing, we have a video presentation that we'd like to show you. A few weeks ago, I actually presented this video at Railvolution down in Miami. It was a national conference really talking about how rail transportation can advance in the United States. And I was on a panel that had the transit directors of South Florida, Palm Beach, Palm Tran, Miami-Dade Transit, myself. We were on a panel moderated by the Secretary of FDOT, Region 4, Jerry O'Reilly. And interestingly, and I think appropriate to today's discussion, our topic was COVID and what we're doing to help come out of COVID and improve ridership. Because I think any discussion that we have about ridership, the real issue is what are we doing about it and what can be done. So this is a relatively short presentation, but it's very comprehensive. It was well received. I would like to give kudos to our staff. This is completely done in-house by our marketing staff. It's a really good, informative video that I think answers a lot of questions about where we go and can help advance the discussion. So do I have to do anything to make this start?
Broward County Transit is the public transportation system for Broward County and the second largest transit system in Florida. BCT services 428 square miles within Broward County to accommodate the needs of our riders. BCT provides links to Miami-Dade and Palm Beach County transit systems and to the Tri-Rail commuter rail service. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, Broward County Transit provided 26 million passenger rides. We operate a fleet of 413 fixed route buses, 65 community shuttles, and 337 propane-powered paratransit vehicles. Broward County also has an express bus service that we have provided since 2012 in partnership with the Florida Department of Transportation. This express system provides regional service from Broward County to Miami-Dade every weekday during the morning and afternoon peak travel hours. In 2018, Broward County voters approved a 30-year, $16.4 billion penny surtax for transportation. This vote passed with a majority of 60%, demonstrating that the citizens of Broward County saw value in improving our transportation system throughout the county. This funding has been essential in assisting Broward County Transit in accomplishing regional transportation improvements, enhancing connectivity, and improving our overall transit service as we transition into a world-class transit system. Then, we faced a challenge we never anticipated. The worldwide COVID-19 pandemic affected our transit system, but we were able to provide service every single day throughout the pandemic. We followed federal safety mask mandates. We took numerous precautionary measures to ensure the safety of our riders, and we adapted our service to support essential workers and our employees. We immediately installed temporary plastic curtains to create a barrier between the operators and the customers until we were able to obtain plexiglass partitions. These partitions provided another layer of protection for our bus operators who stayed on the front lines throughout the pandemic. We also suspended fares during the height of the pandemic, allowing for access through the rear doors as a safety measure, while also limiting seating capacity and enforcing mask mandates to protect our riders. During this time, we performed community outreach efforts. We distributed over 21,000 free face masks to our passengers at terminals. All of this was in an effort to ensure our riders stayed safe and healthy. Continuing to help prevent the spread of COVID-19, BCT installed antiviral air purification systems on all buses, shuttles, and paratransit vehicles. A year later, BCT resumed fares and continued to require all riders to continue to wear a face mask and maintain social distancing when riding the bus. Our buses resumed full seating capacity in October of 2021. Many of the procedures implemented during the pandemic remain and will continue to be part of BCT's new normal. Buses will continue to undergo nighttime cleaning and disinfecting and get additional cleaning throughout the day. BCT continues to strongly encourage all passengers and operators to wear masks, and the antiviral purification systems will continue on all new buses as we receive them. In 2019, Broward County Transit provided about 26 million rides a year. But when the pandemic hit in 2020, we immediately lost about 75% of our ridership. In 2022, BCT has recovered approximately 80% of our pre-pandemic ridership. In 2021, like most of the transportation industry, we began to experience the Great Resignation. We have had bus operator shortages that have created challenges affecting our route scheduling, frequency, and ultimately ridership. Part of BCT's effort to regain ridership is the focus on the recruitment of bus operators. Just this year, we held 2 major hiring events. In the very same day, event attendees were able to apply, interview, and if they pass the interview, on board and receive an offer letter for their position. This streamlined the hiring process, which usually could take several weeks, into one day. On June 7th, we instituted a $1,000 sign-on bonus incentive that went into place for all newly hired bus operators. Combined at these events, we saw over 100 attendees, and we were able to hire 57 new bus operators. Even amid all the COVID-19 setbacks, Broward County Transit was able to move forward. We opened our state-of-the-art Lauderhill Transit Center in June of 2021. This is a LEED certified gold facility. It features electric vehicle charging and solar arrays and is Broward County's first net positive building. In August of 2021, we introduced the first electric buses to the public and launched them into service in October of 2021. We currently have 12 electric buses active on routes servicing our community and providing a cleaner, safer way to ride. As we continue to inspire the future, Broward County Transit will no longer purchase any diesel buses. We will move forward towards having a zero-emission, fully electrified fleet by 2035. Earlier this year, our electric bus charging infrastructure was completed at our Ravenswood garage. This station has the ability to house and charge 12 electric buses. As BCT becomes a world-class system, we continue to develop transit centers, park and ride facilities, and other infrastructure throughout our region. The last 2 years have been challenging, but with every challenge, we saw an opportunity. We came together, innovated, and we planned the future of transit here in Broward County. With the Mobility Advancement Program, or MAP, using funding from the Transportation Surtax, the future is upon us and on track to make Broward County a leader in public transportation. On August 26th, the Broward County Commission approved a locally preferred alternative for the Broward Commuter Rail South project. This will be an 11.5-mile commuter rail that will have 3 stations and serve southern Broward County and connect to Miami-Dade County. To support Broward's continued growth and prosperity, Broward County Transit is developing a premium transit plan, or PREMO, to define a program of premium transit projects that meet the needs of our county. This premium transit plan defines transit investments that will serve high-capacity corridors and move large number of riders. Premium transit will move riders quickly while attracting new riders because of increased convenience and comfort. The goal of PREMO is to improve mobility for all, implement equitable transit solutions, improve safety, security, and ensure environmental stewardship, enhance economic development and ensure financial stability, integrate and serve communities. The inaugural PREMO plan is expected to be completed in early 2023. This plan is going to develop up to 7 BRT corridors covering 150 miles. It will also develop a network of light rail that will cover 20 to 30 miles. We continue to support our riders, community, and our employees. Broward County Transit is the future of public transit.
Very good. Who was that speaking?
It was actually the cheapest alternative.
Yeah.
Voice acting,
Yeah.
your next career.
So I was kind of blown away. Our in-house staff did that. It is just an incredible job. Usually, I mean, it looks really polished and so I'm very happy. It creates opportunities for us in the future to be able to, it helps you move quickly with those types of things if you can do it all in-house. So I'm going to pass along the reaction to our staff because they worked hard on it and I think it's a good video. And I think serves a good backdrop for exactly what we need to talk about today on this presentation. I think we'll just kind of jump into, I think that the point is relatively simple on where we were, but I did want to just kind of talk to you and show you some charts, the trend charts on the ridership of our main business lines, our fixed route system, our express bus system, from here to Miami-Dade, the community shuttles in the 18 communities, as well as our paratransit system. And I think, what you'll see here is, boy, it's going to do this to me.
All of them do that. Tim.
So, okay.
Be prepared.
All right, so we'll go fast. But they all look like we see the trend, right? So as we got to March of 2020, we had this immediate fall off of ridership. This is system wide. We were, as the video talked about, we had about 26 million people and passengers per year. It fell off at a rate of about 75%. And of course, we were telling people at the beginning of the pandemic to only ride if they absolutely had to, if they were in critical jobs or the trip was absolutely necessary. So if you also remember, the county was closed, and so it was really all of that. But from that point, as things slowly opened and reopened, we have been climbing back, and right now we're about 80%, and that puts us at about 20 million riders or so on an annual basis back to that rate. So, and I think I talked about some of this in the budget meetings. Nationally, it's improving since the last time we talked. It's more in the 60 to 70% range of recovery nationally. We're still ahead of where most of the nation is, but it's coming back. Transit is coming back, and I think for if we look at the fixed route system, all these charts are almost identical in the trend, right? That we hit rock bottom, and now we've slowly recovered. The fixed route system is at 80%. Our express bus ridership, and this probably makes some sense, that fell off more than any other of our business lines. That went down to about 10% ridership. People stayed home and remote worked and things like that. So that had a long climb for us. So we're only in the 65 to 70% range with the express bus ridership, though it's beginning to come back. And during these last several years, there's been all this talk that people won't come back to businesses and everybody's going to work from home. And I don't think that's exactly what we're going to see. It's probably going to be a hybrid of that some people might be working from home or maybe working from home for a certain number of days. But I don't think we're going to end up seeing that sort of mass exodus and not seeing people come back. And so I think that bodes well for those express services that are going to come in the future. Our community shuttle program, again, we saw the same kind of trend. It falls off and then it comes right back. And they're probably more, the community shuttle is more in the 60% recovery range. My interpretation of that really is our community shuttlers in generally the lower density areas, where we don't have the fixed route. So those are some of the more difficult things to come back in our lowest levels of ridership. But it is, it's coming back over time, and it is something we'll keep watching. And then paratransit, these are the folks that have disabilities that can't take the regular fixed route system. We saw the same trend, but the paratransit ridership, interestingly, has made just statistically our best recovery. They're kind of back to about 83% of pre-pandemic rates. So that's kind of talking about how dependent people are on those services, in the long run. So just to kind of go through, those trend lines. It's all pretty obvious, and I think as the video points out, and what I want to talk about really for the rest of our time is what do you do about it? You know, it's happened to us. Here we are, and we're really pushing internally that 2023 fiscal 23 is our year of restoration. What our hope is, if we can climb back to where we were pre-pandemic in 2019, that provides the plateau for future improvements. So, you know, operationally, that's where we're trying to get to. And I'm actually very proud, and the video did this good job of showing you sort of the excitement on the faces of the people that came to our job fairs and things like that. I'm really excited. You know, we sat together as a team, and one of the criticisms that we've heard about all job fairs is you go to a job fair and it's weeks before anybody gets back to you with the job offer. So you just move on to the next place to get a job. So we just tried to address that. And I kind of said, well, how fast could we kind of process this and do it? And we're able to issue in this process setup. We brought computers in, we helped people sign in. We had people there to interview. And if people passed all these pieces, we were able to issue them a conditional job offer. It was still, we had a couple of days to do a background search on them, but we were able to issue them a conditional job offer that day and get them in and get them signed up. So you know, we think that's been successful. We'll probably be planning a few more of those. We're trying to get some traction to get back. In our business, we have Broward County, we have 850 operators. So not only you know, I'm finding this deficit of the number of operators that we have to hire annually, you know, this deficit created sort of by the Great Resignation, but in the natural order of things with a system this size, we attrit out about 2 operators a week. People that have gone through their careers and retire and like. So we're always on this treadmill. We hire people and then people leave and hire and leave. So it's just, we're chasing. So we're really just putting full out effort to get to that place where we can get to where we were so we can focus on growing the system. Our intention, like we talked about in the budget, is by fiscal 24, we want to start adding back regular fixed route service, right? Adding back more opportunities, more headways, more service, and get on an annual path to start expanding the services like we had hoped. So the long-term action, so in the short term, we just want to put everything back together and start providing more fixed route service. And you know, I think we've got a really good start on doing that. But the long term, again, which I think the video really handled in a good way, our premium mobility plan is beginning to wrap up. We're right now targeting about March that we actually have sort of a map on where these things are all going to go. It's starting to form up, and that's going to create, you know, that's going to create the big discussion, right? Once we have it on the map, that's going to create a lot of community discussion. We're going to have to take it to the commission. We're going to have to pick locally preferred alternatives and figure out, you know, which projects go first and how we get it done and which communities we go first. But you can't really do that until you have a plan in place, until you've got these things identified. So that's coming along, and that's really these premium services that are going to be the backbone of intense ridership increases. Is bus rapid transit. These are typically systems that have headways of 10 to 15 minutes, very few stations along the way, but it moves people along fast in key corridors, north, south, east, and west. We're going to help crisscross the country. In my experience, you're seeing most transit systems in the nation have 1 or 2 bus rapid transit systems. We have a big appetite. We're looking to do 7 of these because we actually have a pretty you know, spread out county with a lot of area to cover. So we're looking to do 7 of these corridors and 150 miles of service. And then this backbone of our light rail transit system, maybe 20 to 30 miles that again, not only provides sort of a backbone of transportation, but if you recall, light rail service, one of the keys of light rail is economic development that you see across the nation. It really spurs the development of jobs, of small businesses, of opportunity, of housing, all occurs along that line. And it's sort of a juggernaut. Once you start to build those rail systems, housing starts to move towards it, small businesses start to move towards it. All those things add to less traffic congestion, more transit ridership. So all those things kind of fit together. So the future of making our county more livable, to me, the backbone of that future is the Primo plan and these high capacity services. So that's coming. We're getting there. And talked about the 2% increase. And we've also talked here several times about the Commuter Rail South project, linking us to Miami-Dade and getting that project started. And I'm excited about that too. The way to get things done is to get started. And, this idea of the Commuter Rail South this is something we can start building right now. We're into project development with the FDA, or we've requested project development with the FDA. We're hoping to hear back from them soon so we can work on that. And we have bi-weekly meetings right now with Miami-Dade County, talking about how this system would come together and how we would link our system with theirs and how it would work operationally. I couldn't be happier with how things are working with Miami-Dade right now and the new leadership they have down there. We're working very collaboratively to make things work together and to come together. And then, new business lines, I think that we have to be open. Our job is really to provide mobility. So as the times go on in the next 25 and 30 years, we've got to be able to match transit with the demand. What do people need? Where do they need it? I know for a fact it will not all be 40-foot transit buses in that traditional way, that we're going to have a variety of different services, micro transit, smaller buses, maybe subsidized cab rides. There'll be a number of things that are going to be necessary to put this whole entire network together. So I think as the time goes on here, what we need to look at and focus on is restoration, recovery, see where we can get to at the end of this fiscal year, and then start tracking the increases in service. And as we start to increase the service, then we can get more granular and start look at, are we putting service in the right routes? Is it going long enough during the day? Do we have a high enough frequency? We can start to get to more of those kind of issues. So with that summary, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board?
I have a comment and question.
Sure.
Gretchen, this may not be the place to discuss this, but certainly I think the place to bring it up. When we looked at the video, we saw a lot of buses, Broward County Transit, penny for transportation, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know what's happened in the last month or so, but I have noticed buses that are so aggressively advertising something else. It's offensive. You spend all this time and money to get the penny for tax. This is wrong direction. And I would like to discuss how we get it stopped. It may be generating income, but it's ruining, it's tearing down what we're trying to build. And I think it's totally wrong. And I was just appalled. But I wanted to jump out in front of a bus and say,
I don't know what we're talking about.
well, we're talking about renting buses for advertisement to where you can't even tell what the bus is. It's absolutely ridiculous. I found it offensive.
We had originally discussed back in, I think, 2019, early on in the program, that with the surtax revenues, that we would not be utilizing advertisement wraps on the exterior of the buses. I'm going to turn it over to Tim to give you an update.
Yes, and we're actually working right now on a new procurement for an advertising system. We're working off of the old one. We had commitments about buses to wrap in the future. We're not going to do entire bus wraps. There'll be some smaller advertising on the individual buses. You're not going to see it in the same way we have in the past, but there will continue to be a level of advertising.
How much revenue do you collect on that, perhaps?
So it's about right now, the overall, like on a monthly basis, is something on the neighborhood of like $130,000.
Oh.
Yeah.
Or how long?
A million.
Put that on the agenda for future discussion of the board, that we may want to subsidize, complete elimination of those advertisements.
So
We've talked about no fare options, and that fare is a higher number, but I mean, $100,000 a month, I mean.
But, okay, I'd like to hear from council if subsidizing advertising is in our purview. I would understand if for branding purposes or something, if that's different, but we're not gonna subsidize. I don't know if we can subsidize.
No, I'm just saying you make up for the revenue that you would lose by not doing advertisements on bus wraps.
Why are we making up revenue we shouldn't have gotten in the first place? Have you ever seen one of these buses?
Yes.
They're offensive. And they totally go against everything we set out to do. How we got there apparently was an agreement before this ever started.
The transit advertising agreement has been in place for many, many years. And there are, I guess, procurement goes through the county's procurement process, and it's a revenue generating contract. And we are in the process of a procurement for another 5-year contract. I think the scope for the procurement eliminates wraps and limits advertising on certain sections of the bus, like below the window or above the window. But it eliminates full wraps, but it's a county contract, and they're generally for 5 years, an initial 3-year term with 1-year renewals. And
Where are we on the contract? We're just about to renew, or are we about to?
there's an existing contract that is in place until the current procurement ends. And when the current procurement ends, the new contract will begin. So there'll be a transition period to the new contract, but the solicitation process is ongoing.
And has the new contract been signed?
No, the new contract has not been signed yet. But that it was a procurement that was approved by the Board of County Commissioners and has for many, many years. And so
It was approved prior to this whole program, correct?
that
Surtax.
the transit
Branding.
advertising program has been in place. So this is not a branding contract. It's a revenue generating
I
contract.
understand what it is, but it's totally out of place with where we've been trying to go with this. Totally.
Well,
It's wrong.
I would make a comment, just over time, right? Times change, right? So if you went back and you turned the clock back to 2007, 8, 9, we were bleeding, for revenue. We were in the Great Recession and we were facing things like, well, do you, have advertising revenue on the bus or do you cut buses? And so, I think the entire transit industry virtually had advertising on their buses as a stream of revenue. Times are changing. I accept that fact. I think one thing you see in the industry that when you have these new services, you talked about the Primo things, those services are branded and they are, the bus is branded. The one recently, I don't know if you've seen some of the recent discussion of the Sunrunner in St. Petersburg, PSTA, where I used to be. It's branded the Sunrunner. It has the color scheme. It has the sun on the bus. It has the stations all have that same color scheme. So what's typical of the industry, I think, is that you end up branding the premium services, but most systems have some form of advertising. And I guess there's a little bit of a middle ground to it. We did, as Angela talked about, we did eliminate the full wraps and, but still have advertising planned and still have that revenue source in our budget.
There's still buses out there with full wraps, so let's eliminate them too.
With the new contract, with the approval of the new contract.
The county needs to take a totally another look at this in light of the surtax monies that were put forward. They did this when money was tight. This is totally wrong, totally going against everything we're trying to do here. And I want to hear more about this, more about the contract. We need to have some say about this. This is wrong. This is the wrong direction. We took it for a reason in the past, had nothing to do with what we're doing today. This needs to be stopped.
And I can come back and provide an update as that.
Just to shed a little light, when we were running the TMA, it was about the same time, 2007. And we had these trolleys that looked like old fashioned trolleys and we had no money, so we wrapped them and I hated it. And sometimes the advertisers were very inappropriate, but you took the money because you would have lost the service. So times have changed. And I don't know, the question to me would be, if the money is being used, if the new equipment is being bought with surtax money, then should we have some say in what the equipment looks like and how it's maintained?
So Tim, there are very few right now buses that have actually been purchased utilizing the surtax. The ones that are purchased with the surtax or fully subsidized with surtax revenues, like community shuttles, have our surtax branding on them. There's so many, when we had this discussion internally, there are just so many internal funding sources. So there are, state revenues, there are FTA dollars that come in, you have formula dollars, you get discretionary grants for low and no emissions. So one of the complications is that the surtax is not fully subsidizing operations and maintenance, and it's certainly only a small portion of the funding that's going to actually acquire transit vehicles.
And I think our 5-year plan kind of calls for 105 buses purchased with the surtax.
Yeah.
So it's not that there won't be surtax money in an increasing level in vehicles. So it's certainly a conversation or an issue that we can continue.
Yeah, and to, I think your point, the idea of Brightline ever having a wrap around it is no different than the Primo service keeping its brand and not wrapping it, or, because at the end of the day, you either go to world-class level or you're average, and these wraps are a little, they're not good for the brand, I don't think. But I hear you on where the future is going, and maybe we can learn a little bit more about it.
I'll put it on a
Sure.
future agenda. Can you
Absolutely.
click to the next slide?
Sure.
Any other questions for Tim?
Oh, yeah, I do. I have questions. So, the community, okay, so again, I sat on a board for 15 years on a TMA board, community shuttle board, and it looks like that one is barely growing. And, the future with your east-west connections, because a lot of the stuff that we were doing was we were going into these neighborhoods and kind of helping them get out of the neighborhood and get to work, or get to it was too far to walk type area, and it helped the neighborhoods a lot. And as we start this east-west, north-south connections, it may be that we want it to be part of that system. And because I don't see it growing a lot, and it's so mishmash, it's kind of like just shooting it with a BB gun and trying to hit something a mile away. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. So it would be nice in the future if we see a better community shuttle approach. I don't know how I just think it doesn't look like it's growing much, and all the others are growing back, and I think it should be part of the overall system. If we're going to invest in a community shuttle, let's go into those communities and let's pull them to these new Primo lines. Let's pull them to, I just think there's a better way, especially if they're not growing back after COVID.
The only comment I would make towards that, because, generally, a couple of things, right tool for the job, right? So I think as we improve the overall service, we talk about our Primo things and whatever, as there's better things to connect to, there's the chance that it accelerates some of the demand in it. But the fact of the matter is, that's actually going places where we have low density and limited demand. So those are always going to be at the lower levels of our ridership,
Yes,
right? So
yes.
that's always going to be a rough decision, but I do think that technology, as one looks to the future,
Yeah.
I think that the technology of sort of on-demand apps and things like that,
Yeah.
there might be more efficient ways than just kind of running empty buses around. And I think
that's what I'm talking about.
though I do hesitate, we're seeing the recovery, they're not really coming back very fast with those services. The other issue with those services is they have very, wide headways, sometimes 60 minutes. And so the attractiveness, the usefulness is sort of like a fundamental provision of accessibility of service and not writing. So I think that you don't want to leave people behind. And so you have to find ways but with leveraging technology, and you worked with the Fort Lauderdale system, if you start thinking about it, some of those places with more density, Fort Lauderdale systems really may lend themselves to a fixed route community shuttle that can pick people up and connect to services. There may be other neighborhoods or municipalities that may be something else. And that was kind of my last bullet about looking at new business lines. And listen, 15 years ago, we didn't have apps and opportunity where people could, dial up, something on their phone while they're out there. So I think that's, we got to look at the future of those services to create a total network of transit services.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And next up, we have Mr. Huey from the Public Works Department.
All right.
Good morning, Mr. Chair,
Good morning.
Vice Chair, members of the board. As you can imagine, what I will be talking about are the road and traffic related projects that we've been talking about over the last couple of years. At this point in our program, we've been trying to get projects out as quickly as possible. So it's the main thing at this point in terms of evaluating how we're doing, what are we trying to do, and that type of thing is how effectively are we spending the money that we have asked for in our budgets that we've been talking about over the last couple of years? How much time are we taking in terms of constructing these projects and so forth? So I want to give you a summary of some of that. And I'm going to talk about them in terms of three groups of type of projects. The first group are the projects that have been completed. We've talked about in the past, some of the workshops, the projects that we have completed through construction. And then the second group are the projects that are in construction. That means that we have finished design, they're currently in the construction phase. And then the third group of projects that I'm going to be presenting to you are projects that are currently in design that we're going to be going forth into construction. So we start tracking all of these projects, and because when we speak to you about money, we talk about them for each project in the context of the design costs and then also the construction costs. So I want to show them to you what our performance are for each one of those. So that's kind of a prelude in terms of how I'm going to go about and showing you some of the numbers and so forth. So the clickers over here. Okay, so this is the first group of projects that I mentioned. These are projects that have been completed. I've talked with you before that, these projects that we've completed through construction, and actually there's actually been one more project since the last time I talked to you about that have been completed, and that's included on this list. Let me show you how I'm presenting the numbers to you. Okay, I'm going to walk over here a little bit here, and in the next three charts that you're going to see, the groups under the green column are the design phases of the project. And in the orange column are the construction phases of the project. And in each one of those phases, what I'm showing is, as you can see on this column here, are the approved budgets for, in this case, for construction. And then here are the approved budgets for design. And the reason for this is, as you may recall, in the beginning, when we were trying to do a lot of these numbers, a lot of these projects as quickly as possible, many of them were funded by the Surtax. Some of them we did it in-house so we can expedite the process. So that's the reason why you do not see a lot of the approved projects under the design column. So in any event, starting from here, these are the approved budgets that you have seen in the past for each one of the project numbers that, that we have talked about. This column here are the expenditures that we have spent on the project. And these are dated as of end of September. And when we were compiling the numbers together, that was the last full month of data that we have. The numbers are as of the date, not entirely completed there for these projects. There may be some minor costs that get caught up in the end, but the conclusions of it are pretty good. And then we also started tracking the number of days that it takes to do the projects and so forth. There are a lot of projects here, a lot of numbers. I'm happy to go through every single,
So Tony, I think you should just clarify that the approved budget in yellow is an approved surtax budget.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes. It's the approved surtax budget that the board has seen when I have discussed these projects with you in the past.
But it says funded by gas tax.
Yeah. Mhm. In this case here, there were the design phases of it was funded by gas tax, and that's the reason I didn't show,
The amount.
right, exactly.
That's the design only.
I'm sorry,
That was the design.
that was the
only.
design phases, like this project, any one of these, it was designed using the gas tax and actually some of them done in-house, and then the surtax started funding the construction.
And does the surtax reimburse the gas tax money?
No.
Okay.
Freebies.
So only one project was actually over budget?
Yeah, you jumped ahead. So what I want to show you is the highlights, and I've highlighted them in yellow. And there's one project, and this is actually the Oakland Park Ridge project, actually that our auditor friends here alluded to earlier about a project that being an audit, and just, I don't want to talk about it in the same context in detail that, that it is in a draft stage, but in terms of the management of the project, how money was spent and that type of thing, that wasn't the issue with regards to, the audit. I'm sure they'll go into more detail, when it becomes finalized and so forth. But what I want to point it out is that there's only one of them. It slightly exceeded the 10%. We thought it was actually going to come in right around 10%, but it was slightly over 11.5% or so. And what you may recall about this project is when we discussed this was that it was an innovative method of repairing the bridge, that we were actually doing the innovation, doing the repairs from underneath the bridge in order to minimize impact to the public and decrease costs, rather than typically when we did, the above the bridge repairs. And we actually learned, because it was the first project that we used that method, we actually learned quite a bit from it, and we're able to apply to other bridges that, that we did have done.
Looking
Mr.
at
Cooley.
those numbers, if we assume though that we're under budget, if you look at all the projects together, by quite a amount.
Some of them are. And if you take a look at some of the bridges, some of the prices, that we've been doing pretty well with them. But what I do have to warn you is that don't expect this to continue. Because, with the price increases and all the type of things going forward, we have done very well with them. And I'm going to pat my staff and others in Public Works in the back a little bit, on our backs a little bit, is that we have always done a very good job with regards to maintaining, maintaining the costs and that type of thing. So, but the savings that we can get, I don't think we can expect that going forth in the future.
But we can use that money for those overs.
Oh, of course. Yeah. And then contractually on the county, we follow all the county procedures and so forth in terms of, that if there's additional costs that needs to be, to be paid, that, we follow the full county process and procedures.
With
to
that
do
money
that.
we saved, we can cover that $130,000 advertising money that we don't.
All right. I'll tell you what, some of these are big numbers. Yeah.
Some of them are, but again, like I said,
Somebody was overestimating too much.
well,
I'm just kidding.
okay, because part of the reason that we were able to do it, and hence the reason is that we were able to use some I shouldn't say existing price agreements that we have. So the
That's
prices were fixed.
Good.
And then as we go forward, those numbers are going to change. And that's why I
Good.
said, don't expect that going forth in the
No,
future.
it's great.
So this
Cool.
is the next group of projects. Oops. Yeah, okay. So projects in construction, what that means is that the design are completed. So on this portion of it is done. This portion of it is ongoing. Okay. So again, I highlighted some of and then on these projects, what we also started doing is we started tracking time that it takes to do the project. We've always tracked the time. We just have a more formalized process of doing it now. So we started also added additional columns in there is that these are the days that we schedule them. These are the days, that number of days that we actually finished them. And what you can see here is that there were 2 projects that we exceeded what we originally scheduled. And both of those projects, we issued a notice to proceed for the design of both of those projects right around the start of COVID. And we ran into a lot of issues with regards to staff availability and the whole flux in terms of in-office, and that type of thing. So, but as you can, but what you can also see is that in terms of dollars, all of the expenditures were less than what had been budgeted. And same for ongoing construction here. We obviously is still ongoing at this point. Number of invoices since have been added to it because it is in during the construction phases. And but we don't expect that the budgets to to be exceeded, our expenditures to exceed the budgets and so forth. So what do what I do want to highlight is that some of the dates and so forth in terms of schedule time, and I'm going to have a little bit of discussion about that in a later slide so that we can have a better understanding of some of the time that it takes, some of the factors that impact construction schedules and so forth. So, but I want to go through these slides, and I want to go through again, next set of numbers, next set of charts and projects that are currently in design. So there's no construction going on yet. And once again, projects in terms of the expenditures are less than what we have presented to you in the past in terms of our budget. So we're doing very well. We in terms of how we're spending the money effectively. And there's a date in terms of exceedance in terms of one of the projects in terms of the time. So I want to acknowledge that, and that does happen, and I'm going to talk about that in a minute. It sounds like Mr. Hooper, you had a question.
Yeah, I was gonna just say, in the future, when we go through these, I know it'll be time consuming for you, but for the public and for folks that might be watching, having a picture associated with the project, especially when it's been completed, would help us understand what that improvement is.
Okay.
And how we benefit from it.
Okay. Mhm.
I just think pictures say a lot more than words.
We do, in our dashboard, we've heard you, and so when you look at the performance dashboards in a few minutes, you'll see that we are linking to pictures for completed projects. I think for what Tony and his team were trying to demonstrate here was you had asked that we be able to come back and show you that we are at or exceeding 85% of projects coming in on time and in budget.
Okay,
And so
that's
I think
good.
that's what he's showing here.
Thank you.
These three charts then represent this initial 117 projects? And how many of those are in these three?
I can't remember the exact numbers, but what I do want to, there are a number of projects that you guys have seen are not yet on these charts. And the reason is because they're in the, let's say, design, the planning phases, the procurement phases and so forth. So because they don't have the agreements, in place, whether it's for design or for construction, we haven't started tracking them in this context.
So we still have some projects, we're in our fourth or fifth year that aren't even in the.
Oh, no, it will be, as an example, some of the projects in the procurement phases right now that haven't started construction yet haven't shown up on here just because the way we're showing them and tracking them. So there's a lot more projects that we're working on than the ones that, than we're showing here.
Okay. Any other questions?
Sure. Oh, I'm sorry.
No? No, we're good.
So I do want to talk about schedules a little bit, because if you can see, the cost, we had one project, there's a couple projects that we have schedules that exceeded the schedule time and so forth. And I just want to make sure everybody is aware of this, understands this, is that many times during construction, there are things that happen that affects the schedule that are not due to incompetence of the contractor, delay by the contractor or consultants, that type of thing. There's kind of like natural things that happen that affects the schedule. And we kind of have to acknowledge it, and we kind of have to deal with it. So when we say, are the projects done on time, they're done on time in the time that they take, because there's some of these factors that occur. I think some of us that have been involved in construction over the years will understand that, but I just want to kind of go through them a little bit. And some of the the top one is, residents and municipality concerns and so forth. We spend a lot of time working with the cities and working with the municipalities, making sure that a lot of these projects affect them the least amount of time possible. And I don't think we hear a lot of complaints about our projects. And the reason for it is because we do spend the time, working with them on it. And sometimes, we get into situations where one group of residents within a neighborhood doesn't agree with another group of residents in the neighborhood. And we kind of have to work through them, and that takes the time to do it. It doesn't take up any more of our money to do it, but it just takes time, for us to work through both with the residents and the cities. Permitting is an issue. Sometimes that, we expect permitting to be, 90 days. And I've had a project that we submitted for permitting that when they came back from us was that they told us because they were backed up, it was going to take 14 months to do the permitting, And so things like that happen. Unknown underground utilities. There are things that are underground that you don't see. We have record drawings for many of them, but in some situations, the record drawings are not accurate. So, we go through them, we find them, and we kind of have to deal with them, and we have to adjust our design or adjust our construction to accommodate that. Rain, hurricane, it happens. We don't, because all of our projects are worked outdoors. They're affected by rain frequently, sometimes affected by hurricanes, and then, we have to provide additional, it's reasonable for us to provide these additional time. Mostly the contracts is not so much for our consultants in this type of situation. Utility relocation, we do require utilities to relocate when they get in our way. Sometimes they don't do it as quickly as we want them to. The last three are kind of grouped together, and mostly very much exacerbated by the recent COVID situation. Factory closures, lead time for material, it has been a real big issue for us in terms of the lead time for materials. Some of the material have a naturally long lead time anyway, but it has just been extended over the COVID situation. And we've been holding on to, to the costs that we're not going to pay more for this, but it does take them sometimes much longer to source these materials than they normally would. So, these are, again, things that are beyond our control. It is in many times beyond the control of the contractors and sometimes consultants and so forth with their staffing that we have to acknowledge and recognize and, and wherever reasonable, provide them with the proper adjustments in time and so forth. Excuse me. Unusual events, COVID-19, obviously, and sometimes even the extreme weather doesn't hit us. It affects us because the contractors, in some cases, move elsewhere to do some of the emergency work that that they do. So that has some impact on us as we go forth, even if it doesn't impact us directly. That we kind of have to acknowledge and we kind of have to manage. So I do want to make sure that everyone, our board members, recognizes that these are some of the things that impact the schedule, and so forth as we continue with our program.
Tony, you've only got one that didn't meet the schedule. There's a sandbagging thing going on here, he's like he's setting us up for something later on that might happen. You guys have been performing very well, right?
I think we do very well. I don't want to pat ourselves on the back. I think, experience, and some of the board members may have experience with us in the past is that we do pretty well. What we're going to try to do as we go forward is, because we have a volatile type market situations, as is that we're going to try to present you with budgets that are reasonable, but that can accommodate the volatility that we have seen. So, we're going to try to do that. And I think we're going to be, successful. But it's not just us. I mean, it's really kind of like a very much of a team effort for us, because as an example, our county attorney's office worked very well with us in terms of just because we do well doesn't mean we don't get claims. We get a lot of claims, but we defend ourselves. We try to do the best we can in terms of tracking records and that type of thing, so we can use it in, claim negotiations and discussions and so forth. Our attorney's office do very well working with us. Our auditor's office always have good suggestions on way that we can improve our projects. And we work very closely with them, before procurements, and that type of thing. So it's not us, it's not me, but it's the whole team that's working together on it.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Tony, is there a developing or increasing concern? I've seen several projects out there, not all our projects, but there are some that are the MPO or the state projects, where asphalt is being laid and then 2 days later, they're out there stripping it again. Is there a quality issue that's developed in that industry or something?
I don't think it's any more than usual, Phil, Ms. Allen. It's.
Phil is fine. Too many years.
Yeah, I know. And that happens in, in construction. I think actually when you see that, that's actually a very good indication that the process is working. And because they wouldn't tear it up unless someone rejected it and say the asphalt is unraveling, is not, it wasn't heated properly, so you got to replace it. So actually, from a standpoint of, quality is actually an indication that quality control is working, because that's the only reason that that's occurring. So not more than usual, but it depends on the contractor that,
Are other equipment like signals and walk indicators, are they being affected by shortages in the supply side?
Definitely. The couple of biggest impacts that we have is in our fiber projects, the fiber optic cables, the cables themselves have become extremely difficult to source. And it's a real thing. It's just the market has sort of been living off of our inventory for quite some time. And so it's taking a lot longer to build glass fiber cables. That's one issue. The electronic components that goes into a control cabinet, they're usually typically 6 months or so to build one. We're talking about, in some cases, they're starting to tell us that if they don't have existing inventory available, it's going to getting close to like a year to build it. So, but you know what? In addition to that, it's kind of surprising too, is that sometimes it's not just the high electronics type thing that I just mentioned, but some of the things like pole boxes that are in the ground, that are concrete pole boxes. We're having some folks are having trouble sourcing them, at this point. So it kind of runs a gamut, but definitely some of the higher tech type equipment, is we're seeing the problem, and we don't expect to see any type of discounts and lower prices, that type of thing as we go forward.
I was just going to answer the vice chair's question about how many projects were in the 3 charts. There's 88.
88?
88.
Great. By the way, since you asked that question, how's our income looking based on the projections? Are we getting more money or less money?
Oh, the surtax revenues. I believe that they're projecting that it's going to be flat, or there'll be a slight decline.
No, but I meant from the day we started to today, have we exceeded? We above our projections?
We're above our projections.
Okay. So a couple other quick slides. Looking forward, I think what the board can expect to see is that they can expect to see that we continue to implement these projects efficiently and more effectively. And then what we can also expect to see is that, it's well and good to construct these projects on time, within within the time, and definitely within the budget. But it's also going to be very interesting to see is that when these projects get implemented, is how effective they are in terms of some of the traffic management type functions that they serve. So some of the projects that we're going to be taking a look at very closely as we get them constructed and we started collecting data on them is, the adaptive signal control projects, definitely how effective they are. Intersection improvement projects, capacity improvement projects. And so, we're going to be utilizing data, and it actually is conjunction with the last bullet here is that Mr. Bruner, our traffic engineering division director, a couple of months back, gave the board a pretty thorough discussion on where we're headed in terms of traffic signal systems and so forth. And so deploying the automated traffic signal performance measures in conjunction with some of the big data that are available to us, like, Waze, INREX, and another data set that we can use in combination with the APS-PM software. And then, we can start taking a look at, what are the effectiveness of these measures that we're putting in in addition to constructing them, effectively. So, so those are some of the things that, as we go forth into the program, that the board can, expect to see, what we do. But there's one measure that I think that we have been able to start collecting some data on that I can show the board, and I'm going to show it in the next slide. But as a prelude to that, I just want to kind of give a little backdrop is that, as all of you, or many of you know, you drive around our county, you see cameras on top of our mast arms and span wires and that type of thing. Those are the cameras that we use to coordinate our traffic signal system, and we have a lot of them, and they're out there. They're out there 24/7. They face rain, they face wind, and and all kinds of dust and dirt and sea salt that comes in. And so we maintain them. We have to maintain them continuously. And what we have done traditionally is that we maintain them. A lot of times people call in and they said, I noticed something with, the signal. And then we go out and we go out and we check it out and we adjust it. We do, periodic maintenance on them, but we get a lot of calls, and we actually, appreciate the calls because they give us an idea, they give us an idea on what the situation is. And we call this our responsive maintenance. We respond to, things that come in. And because each one of these signals, impact the coordination of a traffic corridor, we want to respond to them as quickly as possible to correct the problem when we find them. Now, the real measure of it and the real way that we want to go is not to just respond to them. What we really want to do is that we want to correct them almost before before we get the calls, so that the earlier we correct the problem, the better it is for our traffic signal network. So, with the Surtax, our predictive maintenance program, where we're installing encoders into the field, bringing video signals back, monitoring alarms and so forth. And I think we discussed this last time, when we're together, that there are staff that are available that we have put in place to monitor these alarms and check them and so forth. And, so the Surtax has allowed us to really start to get into sort of more of a predictive mode rather than a responsive mode. And so what I wanted to show you is just a chart that I think it's very interesting. So this is a chart it compares the responsive situations, which is in green, versus the predictive situations, which is in red, and it's plotted over starting in 2019. And this is done on a quarterly basis. This is the work orders that we've completed in each one of the quarters. If you take a look at it, it is that the green again is the responsive signals. That's before the start of this program. That's all we get. Now, what you can see on this chart is that over the last couple of years, our responsive work orders that we complete has dropped because we get less calls coming in. At the same time, our predictive work orders, which is like zero, because we were not able to, didn't have the capability to do that in the past. But with some of the money and resources available for the surtax, we've started picking up the program. And as you can see, the predictive work order signals have increased. This is what we want, because it puts us in a situation that we're getting ahead of the game, maintaining the traffic signal system better than just responding to it. So it helps the overall traffic, network. It helps overall coordination. And this is like some of the very positive, results that we can see coming out of, one element of, of our program so far. I want to make sure that the board is aware of that, and, this is something that we're happy about. And then as we go forward, hopefully this green line is going to continue to decrease, and hopefully the red line doesn't increase too much, but we certainly should be, above what the green line should be. So.
Any questions?
I can answer?
So, okay. So we're talking about predictive maintenance of existing traffic signals.
Yeah, mhm.
So that's if one is broken or if it's synchronized.
Yeah, okay, so what happens with these traffic cameras is that they look at a spot on the road, and then when the vehicles come in, it triggers the right algorithm and so forth. Sometimes in
So it's like when the car comes to the intersection soon after the signal changes, potentially.
Yeah, and so what happens with that is that sometimes it can be simple things, like if let's say wind action, the camera gets, instead of looking at this way, it's looking at this way. So you no longer have the effectiveness of it. And if you were to, if you and I were to drive by, we probably wouldn't have noticed it, but that impacts the signal, and it needs to be adjusted back. So that's one of those situations. So it's not even like, it may not even be the situation that it's broken or, it fell off or,
Right.
that type of thing. It's just, and then sometimes there's a dust film, the salt that hinders the detection of the camera.
So, but what is that? Is that responsive or is that predictive?
Well, it depends, okay? In the beginning, when those type of things occur, and we didn't have the ability to evaluate it, someone calls in and says something is not working. So we go out there and figure it out that, that the camera is not aligned correctly, then we go fix it. Now, so that would have been a responsive situation. Now, because now we have the more capability to receive signals, we also have the capability to look through that camera. So we can now see, hey, this camera is not adjusted right. We haven't gotten a call about it yet, but let's go out and fix it before we get a call.
Okay, so I got you.
Yeah.
Got you. So my opinion in what we've seen and what we've seen from Mr. Bruner and others is that there's a thing out there, there's technology out there that's going to start predicting the traffic, and it's going to help synchronize our county. And to me, as important as what Mr. Garling is doing with Primo, I think traffic synchronization is something that will impact the voter and the citizen of Broward County that, let me change that, the citizen that voted for the surtax, and that feels good about the investment that we're making. I gotta tell you, I see the cameras up there, but there's some streets in this county that you can't get down without hitting the next light, and the next light, then the next light. And I think that drives people crazy. And most people are in cars. And so I want to know, and there's a few things I think this board should understand. One, what are all the technologies that are out there, and how easy are they to implement? How long will it be before we get this program going at a rapid rate? And what would it look like to get the entire county having smart intersections so that everything is kind of synchronized. Now, we always know that there's gonna be car wrecks, there's going to be, you can't fix all the problems and you can't fix them 100%. But I just think this is the thing. This is the thing we should be focusing in on. And I've spoken to, through the DDA, we had one vendor come to the DDA and tell us about the future of intersections. Like, it was cellular, it was not expensive, and it's the highest technology that's out there. And I would love to see I would love to know more about the plan on getting plug and play and getting these intersections, whether we have renovated the intersection with a right or left turn or new signals, just plug them in and let's get the intersections going. That's my thing. I'm sorry.
I think he's
I've
ready.
been waiting for this part of the meeting.
Well, no,
I'm like you, man.
it's, Mr. Hooper, we understand and, you know, some of these issues. I think as we go forward, I think we can certainly continue to have discussions with the boards on the technologies that's available. And, you know, and some of the things that we can be doing, because we do get a lot of vendor calls and we do get a lot of people come in about different types of technologies.
Right.
Some of them work better than some others. Let me put it that way. And so we kind of have to go through it. But I also, want to, because your issue is valid. People want to see.
Hey, all I want you to do, as a group, all I want us to do, analyze the price, analyze the efficiency and the performance, and plug them in. That's what, I mean, we shouldn't talk too long. We should just start implementing, because those are things that are small. It's not huge infrastructure. I'm just speaking as a layman. There might be a whole lot of digging and a whole lot of fiber that's required too. So, but it just feels like it's something that we could get on and start changing people's lives between the hours of 7 and 9 and 4 and 6.
If there's specific information on technology that you or any members of the board want to take a look at, we'll be happy to take a look, take a look through them.
Okay.
And then provide, more information and more feedback, because we want to too. It's, some of the ATSPM that I've discussed is some of the more advanced things that we do want to bring, to the board. And those are the things that we do want to do. So if there's any input, we're happy to take a look at them, and give the board back, our opinions and our results and so forth.
And I did share the information that you provided to me with Mr. Brew.
Yeah, okay, good. That's great. Okay,
That's it.
thank you.
But I don't know if you wanted
I
Scott
thought we
to
were
talk
gonna hear
about.
more about it.
Yeah, I think Scott was gonna talk
Yeah.
a little bit about some of the technologies and things like that.
Yes, that would be great.
Hey, Scott.
Great job.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and Board. So this is a very interesting topic. It's at the top of the list all the time. So first of all, I want to be very clear about something. Okay, we have a highly modernized system. It's one of the best in the country. We're operating on fiber and 5G communications. Every single signal is on network, which is better than most agencies. What we're talking about is moving to what
Right.
you're calling smart signals,
Yeah.
which are basically adaptive signals. And so our core system has an adaptive signal module. It's called Synchro Green. It's one of several, since the Surtax came out, we've probably been approached by 30, 40 different
Sure.
vendors.
I can imagine.
And so every vendor system is the ultimate, right?
That's right.
It's the best. And so including our vendor, they'll say the same thing. So what we're doing is we're building a very high speed, high broadband network that we can absorb the future technologies in the signal system. And it's evolving quick. It's actually, head spinning. But the adaptive program that we have now, it's for 350 signals, I believe. And so those projects we have 7 or 8 that are in progress right now, going forward. And, we're going to have 22 corridors or sub areas, representing about a third of the system. So you're going to see changes because, the first one we did was on Pines Boulevard near I-75, which I've spoken about in the past. And so we had complaints about that like every day and about once a week from city officials or somebody. And so that's been in place since before I left back in 2018. And I've come back, got complaints on that all the time. Haven't got one since in the 15, 16 months I've been back. So they do work. They have some quirks, if they have special phasing plans. Sometimes they change sequences on you. They take you by surprise. But the idea is to, in real time, grab all the information coming in from your sensors, using that to recalculate what you're going to do next, what you're going to do next, the next 2 minutes, next 5 minutes, next 10 minutes. So that's kind of the concept between adaptive. So right now, our plans are, they're based on information coming in from the roadway, but they're basically based on averages, and they're adjusted sort of based on the flexibility of our detectors. But they're not, the timing plans aren't being reanalyzed by some really smart algorithms. So that's where we're going. And yes, there's 15, 20 systems out there. But I can tell you that what we're going to see happen in the future, which we've got to be prepared for, is that we use our adaptive program that's part of the Surtax. It's going to be installing a lot of high quality sensors in addition to this technology layer Tony was explaining. So what we're going to see, I believe, is that we're going to start seeing systems that harness the big data, the probe data, the information that's coming in from Waves, Waze, Google, actually, connected vehicle type data. And you're going to see that merged with our at intersection sensors. So when those two come together, I think we're going to see some really big changes.
And what is the time frame? What's the time frame on, let's say, getting to 75%? I mean, how long is it going to take us to see the county, or even 100%? Like, is it 5 years? Is it 10 years? And then what do you think the cost is going to be to do all of that? And if you want to break it into a less in the future, just do it however you want to do it.
Well, I mean, we're going to finish the adaptive projects in probably 6 or 7 years. And so, but that's only going to be, like I said, a portion of the county. Right now, there's nothing programmed beyond that. But I think we're going to see an evolution in the next 6 or 7 years in terms of the system. So where how do I say this? I don't want to scare anybody to say that this could be the technology that we're using, but it's evolving. So, I mean, it's very possible that what I was just talking about a minute or two ago, that could be something that's more readily deployed, on a system-wide basis than what we're doing on the adaptive corridors. But the technology, the sensors, that's still going to be needed, I believe, because, the probe data, it's not every single vehicle. It's 3, 5, 7% of the vehicles out there giving you information.
Right.
So, I mean, that's something, where we go beyond the current, we front loaded that so that we'd start making a difference in the signal system. And where we go beyond that, that's a reevaluation for funding beyond that 7 years. There's nothing.
When are we going to reevaluate?
No, that's up to them.
Is it up
Yeah.
to them or is it up to us? Too?
Well,
we get
it's all of us, really.
Yeah, I mean, I bet you if somebody told you here's all the money you need to do the whole county, you'd be like, let's go, right? I mean, no?
Well, it takes time.
No, I get that.
Yeah.
I get that, but yeah, it takes 6 or 7 years just for the 30% of it,
Right.
right?
Right.
Yeah, no, I get it. I just, It just seems like, that's something that would impact the maximum number of people. And
Yeah.
if we could, and it may be the technology becomes easier to deploy too, right, in the future, is that
Well, the
possible?
communications that we've built is key. And as the fiber, the more sophisticated the system, the more, mathematical transactions are happening, the more data is going back and forth. So
Right.
the fiber is really needed. And even if you go wireless,
Yeah,
you still need a backbone, if you grab something at the intersection level,
Yeah.
at some point, you're still, cellular isn't going to handle all that data
but does
instantaneously.
it go to a cloud or anything like that and then go to the backbone or no?
Well, right now, no, we have a full, our network is totally, within ourselves, but there are applications that could go to the cloud. And then you got to bring in, we have fire rescue and transit signal priority and those, the transit signal priority could become a cloud-based system. And that would be an add-on, right now it's not. It's all network.
Okay.
Mr.
Yes, sir.
Is the time frame influenced by the current availability of the technology and the hardware? Or is there an element of, we can't go too fast because it's still evolving? In other words, at some point in time, you say, we go with what's out there today and get it working. And if there's something that comes along in the future, then we transition to that in the future. But that we don't hold up what we're doing now because we hope that there's going to be technology improvements.
Right. So we're moving forward with, we looked at 14 of these new adaptive smart city technologies. We're moving forward with the one that is, which would be highly effective with our system, works with our communications protocol, and can be deployed now. So we're moving forward knowing that I think in the next 5-6 years, we are going to see continued evolution. We've seen more in the last 24 months than we have like in the previous 10-15 years. So that's going to increase. So we need, my opinion, we need to push forward with what we're doing, continually assess this, which we do because we're looking at vendors stuff every month. So
What's wrong with just saying, well, we know this can't cover the whole county today, it's only 30% today. Why don't we get that 30% done? Recognizing as we do that it's going to get better in the future anyway, because technology is going to evolve. But go ahead and say, it's time to now do something on that 30%.
that's exactly, well, that's what we're doing.
And
That's
it's still
exactly what
5
we're
years
doing.
out.
Well, things are
obviously.
being put in the ground right now. So we're going to have the
But
first,
when do you turn the switch? 5 years?
no, as soon as they're in.
No, they're moving cable up.
No, I'm saying, but it's not connected to the smart system at this point in time.
But they will be soon. The first 6 or 7 will be online within a year.
And so we're prepared then to do a ribbon cutting at that point in time and advertise, this street is now the future, but the future is 5 years down the road for the rest of it.
Right. And so you could say the ribbon cutting was Pines Boulevard and I-75.
Okay.
Several
And
years
did
ago.
anybody?
No, we were just glad
Did
not
you
to
do
get the
anything
calls.
when you threw the switch on that? Did anybody react to it other than they stopped complaining?
We didn't do a big fanfare. No, we didn't.
Because you were afraid it might not work.
Well, we weren't afraid it wasn't going to work. But these systems do learn,
Right.
to some
Okay.
extent. So its operation literally was better 6 months than it was on opening day. But that's not why. We just
You just did it.
did it. We
got
made a
you.
couple public announcements, and there was things on the web and on the city's website.
But you're right, Mr. Chairman. I hear that. One of the few things that I hear from outsiders, whether it's groups or whatever, is didn't they promise us technology to synchronize the signals 10 years ago, and they still haven't done it.
Well, that's not true.
Right.
We're, I mean, if you look at our performance, we push more traffic through our intersections than just about any other system in the country.
But that doesn't mean anything to the driver who is trying to get to the grocery store and back.
But it should, because if our, one of the key metrics is arrival on green. If our percentage of arrival on green in our system is above average, we are pushing, some of the highest levels of traffic through. I mean, that's a high rating. And I mean, I know there are streets, but the capacity of the roadway comes into play at some point. I mean, if you're,
Oh, sure.
if your
Yeah.
intersection pushes 5,000 and you've got 5,400
Sitting in a parking lot,
arriving,
right.
it can't, it's just, if we have 30% more sewage that's, anticipated for a pipe system, everybody goes, oh my God, we got to widen the pipes. But, in traffic, we kind of say, well, it's the timing engineers got to do a better job.
Gretchen wants to say something, but
Sure.
let me just add one thing. Because one of the things that I heard about these smart intersections, if you do enough of them in an area, the way it changes and the way the lefts and rights change, you almost start to move traffic. Like you'll fill up another street that doesn't typically fill. It just creates more efficiency, even with the driver, without them all really knowing about it, using the Waze and the Google map, because now you see where the more quick route is. And sometimes it's not the route on, call it Cypress Creek Boulevard all the way out west, or McNabb. It becomes the one over or the one down that way. So what I'm not getting my head around is what's the plan for the entire county? How do you break it down in terms of 5 years, 10 years, 15 years? I get that we don't have all the technology there, but is there a way to accelerate and make more impact? Is there, through resources, personnel, labor, vendors, whatever, is there a way to make an impact to more area in a more rapid period of time?
We can evaluate that. I mean, we sort of had a target when we developed the 2018 plan for the surtax. And so that's what we're moving forward with. We're evaluating the
Tony
technology.
has been saving so much money, okay? And right?
Yeah,
And so maybe the tax rates have been going up, property sales tax has been going up. Maybe maybe we should reevaluate give you more horsepower.
Yeah, well, certainly. And actually, and Tony can correct me if I'm wrong, but the Florida Department of Transportation has also jumped in and extended some of the original segments on the state road. So, and again, we're constantly, we're like you, we have vendors approach us all the time.
Sure.
We have to sort it all out.
Yeah.
And, but the key thing is that we have a network that is moving forward in the future to handle this.
Seriously, I don't care about vendors.
Mhm.
And I know the DDA had a vendor, but really, that's not what I'm hung up on as much as just finding the right vendor that fits your system and then going and trying to rapidly and deploy. You wanted to speak, Gretchen, I'm sorry.
No, I don't want to jump ahead of the results of our focus groups, but I did want to just share with you that it's been astounding to me, because when we went out in 2016 and the independent pollsters that were utilized by some other entities that were involved in the initiative consistently heard that light synchronization and congestion were the top priorities. I mean, across the board for everyone that they spoke to. It could be that the people that are participating in these focus groups are real outliers, but I don't think so. They're very representative samples, and it is completely shifted. I mean, the feedback we got on Wednesday night about light synchronization and congestion management as priorities, they were the lowest priorities. And all kinds of positive feedback about how they've seen significant changes over the last couple of years in the way that traffic has been flowing. I understand that that's not the case for, 17th Street. Level of service F streets where there's increasing density, it's not going to be the case. But I just wanted to share with you that initially in the first two focus groups, it has been safety. I mean, that is the primary concern. The traffic movement is too fast, and that's really where people seem to have shifted their focus from a priority standpoint.
We actually
I'm
have.
not gonna call on her anymore.
No, all your points are very, very well
No, I'm
taken as
kidding.
things we think about. But to Gretchen's point, we actually have a city request to essentially desynchronize the
Really?
corridor because of speeding.
What do you mean too much speeding? Just because you synchronize, why does that cause speeding?
Well, because the
do you mean,
bandwidth
like-
that you get to, that's what we try to do is try to get 60 or 70
Okay,
seconds
so-
of green time so
so-
that everybody can get through.
I know, but
So-
you're out in Pembroke Pines putting synchronization where there's like a mile of open road afterward. Why don't we come into US one along every eastern city where there's a lot of density and where cars are just piled up in a line and trying to get home and to and from downtowns, whether that's Fort Lauderdale or Hollywood or other places. And I think you'll find that nobody's gonna go at 80 miles an hour after they get through that line, So I don't know, maybe we should pick the more dense areas and just go to town on those. Anyway. Enough said. All right. Does anybody else got anything? No? Beating that dead horse?
All right, well, thank you.
I like what you're doing, so, I think it's important. Thank you. Thank you.
So next up, Mr. Chair, we have Sandy Michael McDonald.
All right.
It's still morning, so good morning.
Good morning.
So before I move from.
You need a
that
mic.
slide. What I'm gonna do is just keep paging. So before I move from this slide. That slide, those comments, we're in 2022, from 20. Is our board, our marching orders. In our workshops, specifically with our cities, especially with our cities. We share these comments, and from your perspective, we share them because the county has always had, even before me, I'm 9 years old in Broward, we've always had a small business program. And we've always did it with all the county agencies, the ones that you're getting to know even better. And we do good about our goals. We even increased them in 2018 from an average of 25 to at least 25% utilization of small business. Surtax became the challenge, which fortunately has grown to be a great opportunity, because as the cities then tap the infrastructure money or the surtax money, I don't want to get that mixed up, they're now required for the first time. So as you can imagine, great cities, we work with all of them on the economic development side, but from my years at the county and prior, they've never had to use small business. So that's where the message on the board, the comments from your retreat, we're able to use that with our cities to explain for every individual city who's participating, whether you believe in small business programs or not. And I had to break it down to the point, whether you believe in minority, women, disadvantaged, veterans, no matter what the demographics, whether you believe in it or not. The ideal of the program of our office and MAP Broward or Surtax is the idea that we're simply saying you have businesses in your community that are eligible to participate in procurement opportunities. You have prime contractors in your community who's been doing road improvements and whatever forever in your community, who now for the first time will need to use our certified small businesses. And the advantage of doing so of at least 30% or whatever those dollars are for everything over 250,000 is that it also benefits the economic of the individual cities, not just the county. If your city has a $5 million project And 30% of that $5 million project must be used with small businesses in Broward. It starts with the small businesses in your city. And when you don't have enough small businesses in your city based on the procurement process, you can use small businesses throughout the county. So again, I was glad to see the quote up as I get ready to go through my slides, because it is what we've been working with every one of the cities to understand. And different than my last spiel in front of you guys, you heard me call out a couple of cities. That wasn't being done to be negative. It was just the idea that we're trying to remind cities, we're trying to marry ourselves to you. We are one of the agencies as a part of this overall MAP Broward that are committed to holding their hands. It's not about we give you an assignment and we see you on the back end. We walk them through the entire process, and we want to continue to do so, because by doing so, the county wins, the economic impact is demonstrated, and we can begin to show for every single project, every single small business, every single dollar amount, every single industry, every single zip code of the impacts that are being made. And the more projects that come out, the more opportunities we have. And two, I think what the essence of this quote is, when it's all said and done, 30 years, you're going to spend about $16.9 billion. And though we can't set a goal on the purchase of a new electric bus, because no small business has been certified by DOT to make a bus or sell a bus, on all eligible projects, we're allowed to set a goal. We're trying to really look at least $53 million a year that could be based on awarded projects, find its way to small businesses in Broward. So that means by the time you end this, or you get towards that 30 years, that's still the short side of 1.7 billion that stayed home. That's economic impact. And then our job to add to that is to make sure through equity that we're creating the opportunities in advance, and we're sharing the information for any small business, no matter the race, no matter the ethnicity, no matter the historically underutilized businesses, no matter the veterans, no matter the women owned. It's just simple. Any certified small business should be able to participate and gain. So from that, I'll get to my slides. So what we want to share with you today, or just as an update, and these are reviewed. So you're going to hear me talk about reviewed and awarded. So as you know, we work with your cities, we work with county agencies, and based on someone proposing a project, somebody wants to get something through the system to use some of the surtax money. 61 projects have been reviewed by my shop to date. Based on the review, if all those projects go A through Z, find their way to the street, that'll be about 433 million on the county side. 105 projects have been reviewed by our office for small business goal, for opportunities. And if all of those find their way, eventually pass the agreement and the approvals through solicitation into award, that would be about $123 million in project activity. On the county side, 30% is what the average goal is on those reviewed projects. So remember, we review every project. Not every project gets an assigned goal. Remember, we don't assign goals on 250,000 or less. And also, not everyone get a 30% goal. We look at every project for the eligibility based on the specifics and the criteria that our small businesses can offer. So for your county, we are averaging 30% across the board on those projects that we've reviewed. For our municipalities, we're averaging 33%. So when it's all said and done, if each of those projects as identified find their way through solicitation successfully to the street with the goal as identified, goals become commitments. We recommend goals, but when bids come back for the county as well as bids come back for the municipalities, when they ink the deal, that's now a commitment. So you do need to know, sometimes we recommend 30, but the commitment comes back at 34. That's great. So then when I'm monitoring, I'm not monitoring 30. You promised me 34 as a commitment. We hold you to 34 as the commitment. So on the review side, if these reviews all panned out, that's just showing you that's 121 million for total project amount that can be made available to CBEs. So we're always excited when we review. But remember, I'm the front end. Everything reviewed don't find its way to an award. And everything that's reviewed in June, unfortunately, don't find its way to an award by December, might not hit to February, but we keep the ongoing chart of everything that we actually review. Project highlights for awarded. So now we're at the ones that were actually awarded. Projected amounts to CBE firms for the county, that's about 51 million right now, and that's a 12 million for municipalities. Awarded to contractors, 27 for county, 25 for municipalities. Total amount awarded, you see the dollar value is 168.34 for municipalities. Total number of CBEs. So for those, what used to be reviewed projects that have now found their way to be awarded project, you see I got about 52 CBEs scheduled on county projects, 34 on municipal project. And this is where the recommendation has shifted. Now that they're awarded, you see the commitment to county projects is a 34%. And you see the commitment to the municipalities is a 36%. And that's what you guys was tasking us with. That's what you want to see. And we recognize when the going is good, you got to keep it good because it will eventually fade back as more of the expertise, the unique and the more licensed and certified things that we do happen. It might be fewer CBEs being used, though we're using those things now to try to target different CBEs in special areas. But right now, we believe for the next 2 or 3 years, we will always be remaining even with the commitments over the 30. So we want to take advantage of that. Oops, did I cut you off? All right. And one of the other things that a couple of board members asked us about, you wanted us to start breaking down the actual industries. So we started breaking down the actual industries, letting you know, based on the projects we receive from municipalities and the county, what those actual industries are. I actually have another chart that we'll send to you that'll give you those industries by percentage. Now, we use that because a couple of our board members asked us a while ago, like my relationship with the Alliance, we want to know about the industries simply because it allows us to create the collaboration with those different partnerships, with those different trade schools, with those different vocationals to tell folks based on this spending that still has some 26 years ago come January, this is the direction we're going. So now is the time to start doing more in vocational, more in trade to get those industries or those individuals interested in the businesses in those industries. So we are mapping these, but not only are we mapping these, again, we will send you out the sheet today of breaking them down by percentage. And the zip codes. Use these for you guys. We use these for the commissioners. We also use it for our data to make sure that we know, in addition to the Prosperity Broward zip codes, those are the asterisks, we don't schedule the projects. And we don't even schedule, but we do certify all the small businesses. But it is important for us as an office and for you as a group to know where the CBEs are coming from, because it also helps us to go back and create more targets, create more education. And if we have lower areas of CBEs, then it allows our shop to begin to work with other business organizations in some of the zip codes to help develop small businesses, at least in this sense, to be aware of what some of the opportunities are. So tracking the zip codes are going to help us for a lot of reasons. But there's even more significance for us in Prosperity Partnership. And Gretchen and I sit on one of the subcommittees when it comes to the Prosperity Broward zip codes, because we're going to start having meetings, even though this is our map Broward and our Surtax. I share with Gretchen and we're going to share with our subcommittee. You know, there was a lot that went on with that federal infrastructure. There was a lot that went on with different organizations that are partners with that federal infrastructure. There's a lot that's going on that most folks are not aware that connects a dot that even creates more opportunities. Though you heard me say we work with all small businesses, even the federal government under the existing infrastructure has tied itself for the first time directly to the MBDA, the Minority Business Development Agency, been around since 1969, but who knew? When the infrastructure bill passed, it actually made the MBDA, that's been around since 1969, an actual cabinet. Who knew that they're now the lead in terms of technical assistance and grants for DOT and infrastructure? Who knew that they're now required to specifically work in underserved communities to assure that those populations have a way to play in the infrastructure? Well, that's what happened. And in October, they made the official announcement, though it was already written into the infrastructure bill. It was hidden. But they decided to make the official announcement because they also realized that through the transportation secretary and the president, they wanted to do more in underserved communities. So who knew that they'd signed a bill between DOT, between the SBA, and between the MBDA to do exactly that? And who knew that 6 states signed a equity pledge to do even more than the federal requirement with infrastructure dollars in underserved communities. We weren't one of the states, but we're taking that information because I need to share that with our state. We need to share the fact that we have what a lot of other counties don't have. We got some seed dollars called MAP Broward. We got it for another 25 or 26 years. A part of what you've always been talking about is leveraging some of the federal activity. So though my program is race and gender neutral and is small business, the feds have made a commitment through infrastructure to even do more with my underserved populations. And how does that align with Broward County? Because we're now into our 4th year dealing with Prosperity Broward zip codes. Broward as a county has always been saying, even before infrastructure, we want to work with all of our community to make sure that they have an opportunity. So us already having Prosperity Broward in those zip codes, us now officially knowing the feds have made a commitment, us now knowing that certain states have signed equity pledges, then that's another opportunity for me and my small businesses and targeted communities to even have more opportunities to participate. So for the projects awarded to CBE prime contractors, and we're always excited about these, because remember, we do our goals on everything 250,000 or more. But even the 250,000 or less, and traditionally around the $1, $3, and $4 million projects, we even tell our CBEs, don't wait to be a subcontractor. If you really got capacity, you should submit a bid or response to be a prime contractor. So we're using these and we're sharing these to also encourage our CBEs to recognize they too can win a contract and oversee the operation and not just always be a subcontractor. And you also talked about GDP and overall impact. This is where we're going to start breaking these down for you the next time I speak with you, by zip codes, by industries. We're going to make a more user-friendly slide. We want you to understand that you can have a project by which 73, which is my running number right now, CBEs are being used. And that would equal a total dollar value. But bigger than that dollar value for the CBEs, when you start understanding the direct, the indirect, and the induced, folks who get a direct check, there was dollars that were actually used to buy material and equipment to do their job. Folks who get a direct check eventually have to go pay their mortgage, their rent, go to the grocery store, spend money in their community. That's what generates the economic impact that you want to see. So we're definitely going to always show you what the small businesses are and are we meeting the goal and what those dollar values are and who those businesses are by industry. But we want to start showing you even more how making sure, and I'll just use a different example, though not Surtax. So the convention center expansion through our office was $180 million for the expansion. $62 million of the 180 was spent with my small businesses. 49 small businesses divided 62 million. Smallest contract for the expansion was 5,000, largest was 8 million. But the point was, that was 62 million spent. The economic impact of that 62 million was far over 147 million when you start counting the direct, the indirect, and the induced uses of those dollars. That's the same we're going to be bringing you for your projects, some as individual projects, but some as grouped projects that we want to begin to show you guys how the dollars are actually being spent. And with that, that's it. Unless you have any questions for me.
Questions in it?
Yes. Well, one question and one comment. Well, first I'll give you a comment. First, let me congratulate you on the detail that you put together on this report, because I think it brings a lot of the information out that people may have asked. You anticipate all my questions. I see that already.
Yes.
I only have one question. I know you have a master list of CSPs because they have to be registered and certified. So the only question I have now is the who and the amount. You have a master list.
Yes, we do.
And a lot of those master lists make up a number of those subcontractors. And now I'm looking at dollars to those who.
I know. So thank you for
You've
that
already
question.
showed me where they are.
Yep, thank you for that question. So what we will do, and I do apologize, I should have started off with that. We will send each of you the list of the 73 CBEs that are currently being used, so you know who they are and the dollar amounts. The reason why I don't bring that as a part of your charts and legal will even caution me as I'm saying what I'm saying. Remember, you are part of Broward County. You adopted the Broward County's Business Opportunity Act, which is our program. And our program is race and gender neutral.
Right.
So I collect the data relevant to our program. I present that to our commission. I present that through transparency to anybody outside, because that's who we are. I'm not supposed to do anything other than that, because I'm not supposed to demonstrate I'm anything other than that. We are collecting data for the same reason I'm working with the federal government and the infrastructure, so I can make available to you who the who's are. They just never will be a part of our presentation. But as members, we certainly will send you that chart.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Have a nice weekend too.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
You gotta go this way, my brother. Go away, go away.
This meter.
Thank you.
I have this.
Okay.
Okay, so I see everybody needed a break, so I'm just gonna wait a minute and then we're gonna talk a little bit about our dashboards.
We're gonna talk about the letter that we saw circulating.
Later. So the beginning of the way that we structured the retreat is similar to all of our previous retreats, where we try to bring you information that you've asked for over and over again, let you know that we've heard you and that we're making progress. And then after lunch, the retreat becomes yours. And you all have an opportunity to discuss with each other and with us what you want us to focus on, where you'd like us to prioritize our resources and efforts in the upcoming year. I'm just gonna talk real fast and then we'll spend the time on the internal.
Maybe show.
Mine is blank. Yeah, there's nothing like being able to see yourself from all these various angles to make you real self-conscious.
I looked at myself, who that ball is got?
Who is that?
And she's not on the meeting. So when we do the calendar, I'm gonna text her if she wants to reach one.
I'm sure she's gonna be on and off.
Yeah, she said she would.
Wait, All right, I'm going to go ahead and get started since the public dashboard is something we've talked about so many times and you all have seen it. And I know that we continue to improve upon it based on feedback that we get from our users. And many of our users are municipalities and vendors. So I'm going to show you one of the areas of the public facing dashboard that we have upgraded as a result of input from our municipal partners, the 29 that participate in the program. They have a very difficult time navigating the website and the dashboard to find the 5-year plans. And you know, the 5-year plans evolve. Every year we bring you a 5-year plan for your approval. And actually in 2022, we also adjusted that 5-year plan in January. So what we did is we have the historical 5-year plans available. And I'm going to ask Natasha Herne, who's our senior GIS analyst, who builds all of these great dashboards. So thank you, Natasha, and maintains them and improves upon them. What we have done is put all of the 5-year plans, including the first year. So that wasn't in a 5-year plan, because that's also a question that we get from cities. Where can we go to easily find all of the projects that were approved in cycle 1 without having to go to an agenda or look for attachments? So everything is here. I'm going to ask Natasha if you'll just open up the full 2020 through 2027. And it gives the phase of the project. It also allows them to click on a hyperlink to look at the rehabilitation and maintenance projects. There were 40 of those that were actually approved in fiscal year 2020, which is what we call cycle 1. 121 of the projects that were approved in 2020 are now under active contract. And we have 5 that have been completed. So this is kind of a one-stop shop for the cities to go and kind of see how the 5-year plans have evolved over time and where their projects are and the future phases of the projects that were funded. Perhaps in planning in 2020, where's my design funding going to be programmed? Where's my construction funding going to be programmed? I just wanted to show that to you in case you get any questions from municipalities about where they can find that kind of information about their city projects. Now, what I'm going to spend a little bit more time on is the internal dashboard, because the oversight board asked in 2019 for us to maintain an internal dashboard of information about when you see a project, when you approve a project, and what happens to it from that point on. And this is evolving. We have tried to go back and look at all of your comments from your retreats in 2019, 2020, and 2021 and try to address those requests here. And what I'd love is to get some feedback from you all about whether or not we've done that. So the first thing I want to focus on is equity. We wanted, instead of having to create static slides showing our investments in various zip codes. And I want to also include here an explanation of why we have more zip codes than Sandy Michael McDonald had in his presentation for the prosperity zip codes. As he mentioned, he and I are on the transportation pillar together. We also are joined by Jerry O'Reilly, the District 4 Secretary for FDOT. His team indicated that they had done a study and that they felt that there were some underserved zip codes, especially in the area of transportation equity, that they would recommend that we broaden our view of the prosperity zip codes. Those are represented here based on the most recent census data and some additional analytics that their team took into consideration. And what you can see is that we have 212 projects, many of which are transit infrastructure projects. Those would be bus stops and bus shelters. That's the light blue over on the bottom right. And the total amount of investment in transit infrastructure is almost $60 million. This is, again, 2019 through 2026. We have not included the new 5-year plan. So the new 5th year is not included here yet. We wanted to get some feedback from you. see if this is what you were looking for, if this contains the types of information that you were hoping to have. The total value, a little over 163 million. And you can also see it broken down by project type. Now, if we could go to the Oversight Board approved page. So this allows you to see, again, we've changed everything about this. It used to be an ArcGIS based dashboard. When we first showed it to you, very clunky, very hard to load, very difficult to read. Natasha has spent the last 6 months using a business intelligence tool to improve the functionality of and the display of this internal dashboard. So across the top on the right, you'll notice the years so that you can drill down and you can look at exactly what came before you in any given fiscal year. And then the funds that were requested and which entity was making that request. I think let's go to Surtax at a glance, Natasha. This gives you an idea of where we are at any given point in time. As of today, there's 708 projects. We have almost $1 billion worth of awards through 2026. And the word awards, it's difficult to figure out a term that captures everything. So it's awarded, it's appropriated, but it's also programmed. So that term, we're going to drill back down into this and we're going to try to figure out ways to create legends. So it's very clear what each of these words means. You can see the phases. Design is in pink. The number of projects that have been completed is in red. The number of projects that are in a construction phase, green. Planning is in that kind of gold. And then canceled. Canceled is only a term that's used in transit. So if you move to public works specifically, you'll notice, maybe it's taking a second. Yeah, there's 0 that are canceled. So you can drill into each of these. You can look at the municipal projects exclusively. If you want to go there, you can look at all of the various phases. This is again, not really awards. These are projects that have been awarded, completed, that have monies appropriated, but are not accessible because they haven't completed their previous phase. And it's also all the money that's programmed through 2026. At this point, if you'll go to the municipal tab for me. So you can see that we've got 131 municipal surtax projects. This does not include, obviously, the community shuttle program, which is managed by BCT that you all heard about earlier. It gives you an idea of the exact project types, the phases, the value. And at this point, I just would love to get some feedback from you all about what other types of things you'd like to see. If you want us to go into more detail, we can certainly bring this back when you have a full complement of members as well. But this is just a great opportunity for us to kind of show you what we've been working on.
Yes, sir. What is the source of these numbers? I mean, does this tie back to the official financial records of the county, or are they independently inputted away from? I mean, is there a tie between audited financial statements and these numbers here?
I knew you were going to come. I tried to avoid going to this one because it's under construction. Yes, business intelligence tools are just straws. They just go into existing data sets and they pull information and they aggregate it into a particular screen based on what you tell it to do. There are some limitations of business intelligence tools. For instance, you cannot change the BN to a capital B. You are stuck with BN. I don't know why, but that's just the way that it is. If you look at what's over on the right-hand side of the page, Phil, you'll see that these are categories that are pulled directly from RSM's audits for every single year. But the terms that are used by the external auditor don't tie to the types of terminology that we use in our budgeting process at all. So you see these weird things like Surtax Capital Fund Public Safety. Well, there's a whole bunch of stuff that rolls into public safety. And there's a whole bunch of stuff that folds into Surtax Fund General Government, but it's not explained in the actual report. So Margaret has to reach out and do a deep dive with accounting to try to understand exactly what's inside of each of those categories. It's much easier on the budget side to go through the adopted budget and the supplementals and make sure that what you see on the left is what's budgeted, what you see on the right is the actual expenditures. And we're going to keep playing with that until we all feel a lot more comfortable with not only where the data is coming from, but the way that it's displayed.
What, Mr. Chairman, just as an additional comment, and I was going to bring this up someplace else in the process, but is there a way that perhaps on a quarterly basis that we can be advised a short one paragraph status on projects that haven't necessarily reached a point of funding, or they're not in the 5-year program? Things like, what is the status of the South transportation? What is the status of the arena interchange? What is the status of these projects that we have hanging out here that may in fact require surtax dollars in the future, but they're in various study phases or concept phases?
Yes, I can ask the project leads on those projects that show up kind of in a reserve. Could you go to the countywide regional so that Phil can see? We do have this part of the internal dashboard to show you those types of projects. So we have things that have already come in front of you and been approved here, but then there are those types of things that are a part of our budget process that we give you a heads up about, but we're not necessarily ready to bring them forward to you because they're not fully scoped. But yes, if there's a specific project that you would like to have an update on in any particular quarter that we're meeting, you can certainly just let me know and I will reach out to the lead on that particular project and find out if they're ready. Sometimes the lead on a project like the airport master plan or the port to airport, they're just not ready to have a conversation publicly that they know or it's going to be, live streamed. And, until county admin and everyone internally is comfortable with where we are with a particular project, it's sometimes delicate to come in front of you all and have those discussions, but they can have those conversations with you privately.
Any other questions?
Anything else on the internal dashboard or any other things that you'd like to see? Okay, great. Great job, Natasha. Thank you. Really. You deserve a round of applause. It is such a difficult job, the data visualizations. So I'm just going to really quickly, because we're behind schedule and I know you all are probably hungry, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about where we are with leverage. And I'd like to get some feedback from you here too, because right now, the way that we capture leverage, Margaret has a core group of finance professionals from Public Works, Transit, Accounting, Budget that she meets with on a regular basis. We have that centralized financial system in PeopleSoft that we showed you and talked a lot about the reporting capabilities and what we would be able to see in that system. And what I can tell you is that it's difficult to really track and capture leverage that happens, and we've talked about this before, kind of before or after a Surtax project ends. You noticed in Tony's, when he showed you those slides, when he's showing you all the gas tax that brought a project to construction readiness, that's not captured in our financial system. Margaret would have to manually capture all of that data from Public Works. And I think initially when we went out to the voters and talked about this program, bringing leverage of $2.5 billion over the 30 years, that our understanding was that that would primarily be state and federal money, where the surtax is acting as match, creating that local dedicated source of revenue to make us more competitive to get state and federal dollars. But as the program has actually been standing up, I've noticed how many other funding sources come to surtax projects that are not state or federal. You know, the cities bring a lot of revenue to their projects, which you're going to see in a minute. Certainly Public Works brings a lot of gas tax revenues to their to surtax funded projects. And we'd like to hear from you how important it is to you all that we try to capture that information. So right now, as you can see, the primary leverage that we show for transit is related to state and federal grants that they're receiving, where there is transit mixed into the projects. Total for the whole thing, about 90 million. Surtax is bringing about 70 million. And then you see we've got a little more than 20 million in non-surtax funding in these projects. In Public Works, I mean, without the gas tax, the leverage is far less, about $17 million. If we added all of the gas tax that came to the projects, especially early in the surtax program life, you'd see a much, much higher number. And then just Loxahatchee Road is a complicated one. We just brought this one to you on October 13th. So we thought we would show you kind of the bigger picture of that particular project. Overall, with the municipal projects that are under agreement right now, we have about $9 million of non-surtax funds in those projects. And with that, we can break for lunch. Grab some lunch, and then we're going to do a working lunch and have our Public Works and Facilities team come up and give you a construction update. And you can give me your feedback on leverage during your discussion time.
You ever get an answer on the question about the ladder?
Oh, here. No. Like amazing. No, I'm just triangle.
That's okay. People that are hungry than I. Yeah. Yeah. Tell me about it. Big picture. Yeah.
You want to get into what the message on those buses was.
No, I've seen one thing to have it on a private cab, but it's another thing to have it on a public bus.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not on that.
I agree.
We are spending all this money branding ourselves. Like, not like, oh.
Not that we're in the business of censorship, but I think
Oh, you know what? So, yeah. These trolleys that we were managing, they sold a wrap to a, left.
I think I remember that.
Everybody was all out of shape about it. Like. Hard to say no if you open it up for advertising. And we also had like the liability attorneys, there's personal injury attorney wrapped around a bus. Get the advertising. Yeah. But that can be changed with laws. Huh? Really? They're a business. I mean, they're not a business I like, but they're a business. Why would you limit who can and can't? One day they say landscape architect can't. Well, I know. You know what I mean. I know, I agree with you on that. Well, he said that those, we didn't buy those with surtax. Yes.
You talked about Loxahatchee Road, this local funding agreement, the amendment for DOT.
Oh, I said it and then it appeared? Yes.
It's up to you. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure the, yeah, the sooner, more efficient the meeting can be, but let people get their food, you know?
I already asked.
Oh.
so. And the only people I think at this point that haven't gotten food are staff.
Okay, well, they can keep doing it.
So I'll show you exactly where everything is. Just be careful because there's a lot of.
That's the next one.
So
Gretchen brought us out here to give us
you have.
what are new options.
It's up.
We're done.
When you're talking. So. Rock your little tent up so that our recorder knows who's talking.
Good, how are you?
Then it's just there if you want it to be.
Is that what we're going over next?
Construction update.
Oh, cool.
As requested.
This isn't one of Tony's deals, is it? Because his all come under budget and on time.
No,
Theirs are also under budget, but definitely not on time.
Yeah, it was a construction bid, it's being done by a
It's
contractor.
still under budget.
That's
Parts
good.
of it are, yeah,
That's good.
the vast majority of it. You can go ahead.
That brownie's
You brought
good.
us out here just so we get the flavor of what we're gonna have.
You got it. They're showing you.
Oh, cool. Is it
There
one
will
of
be-
their deals?
Yeah, there won't be any view though.
The iguanas, there's a holding pond,
You got any one holding pond?
there's a holding
Yeah.
pond, yeah, there's a retention pond right next to GC West and your windows for the boardroom.
Really?
And they're iguanas, like. Anyway.
I have a pellet gun I can loan you guys if you want to go out.
Mhm.
Or
Please. Rich.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rich Luce. I'm with Construction Management Division. And we have a little bit of a construction update. Yeah, we have some photos for you. And I think you've seen the concept of the floor plan already. So I won't spend too much time going through that, but the part in blue, so we have three different phases. The part in blue is the first phase, and it's the ECPD. It's really the consumer protection folks that are in there. And that is that first phase is going to be completed in December. And then we have actually started on the second phase, which is the portion in yellow. And much of the rear portion of that is done. There is an existing counter where consumer protection is that we're waiting to remove until we can move over into phase one. But with that, on the right-hand side of the slide, you'll see some of the concepts of the new space. So the first one is kind of the reception waiting area in front of the new big conference room. The center one is the new flexible conference room you'll be able to do something, do a meeting like this with technology. And then the bottom on the right is the kind of the breakout area where you'll be able to have some food and some flexibility and do little sub meetings and things out of the big room.
The bottom one is an homage to Doug Pullman, with the bicycles there.
That's right. Yeah, we have a little bicycle structure as part of the concept. It's kind of a cool
Right,
thing.
Doug?
I did 5 miles yesterday.
You did? Very cool.
So I'll keep going. So this, so these photos, the top left is actually that first phase. So you can see we have a new counter being built that's tied into what everybody calls the donut out there. And you'll see the barrier that goes around it. And the top center is the basically the lower image of that. So you can see there's new counters that are coming in there. And similar to the one on the top right. As you go into the door, so if you look at the top right, there's a door behind the counter. As you go through that door, you come to the bottom left, which is really going to be the office workstations for consumer protection. And the bottom has some of the finishes and one of the chairs, and I'm going to save that for maybe our interior design folks to talk about that a little bit more. And then as you go into that phase two space, this space back behind these are where that big conference room will be. So you'll see there's some of the HVAC ductwork is being roughed in. We have some cool glass garage doors and doors that open on the front and the sides of the oversight board meeting. So there's some structural steel that's going in to support those glass doors.
Pretty fancy.
Yeah, it'll be a very flexible space. On the bottom, some of the images of the furniture and the finishes. And I'm gonna not dabble in that part of it.
Hey, how tall are those?
You see
doors?
those windows? Alan, the holding pond is outside that window.
Yeah, the ceiling height is 9'11". So
Wow.
yeah, so there'll be a lot of natural light coming into that space. And then the glass on the front and sides of it goes up to 9 feet. So it'll be a very
Beautiful, transparent.
transparent
Yeah, it's very
space.
nice.
Exactly, yeah.
And they have acoustical tiles and speakers in the ceiling, so it'll.
Yeah, exactly. And this is, as you turn this is to the right of the big conference room. Off to the right, there's going to be workstations, mail work area. And then, of course, the legal offices are just down a little ways from that. Angela's been very patient with us. But there's a couple paralegal offices and workstations in Angela's office.
What is that right there on the bottom right?
Yeah, great question. So we, you caught the bicycle sculpture. So the other thing that we've added as we've gone into this thing is kind of a play on the whole transportation thing. So we have our carpet actually is, we have a dark carpet that's used in the gathering area that kind of looks like an asphalt road. And then we've added this basically green vinyl to look like a bike trail.
Notice that the bicycle path is next to a curb that's next to asphalt.
The road, isn't it? All part of it. With or without anything.
The other
You had to start it, didn't you?
The other fun little detail is we've discovered that there were some round data ports underneath the floor that were
You
used
can kind of see them.
many years ago. Yeah.
Very cool.
So what we've done is we're attempting to actually take some manhole covers and put them in those openings to kind of extend that transportation feel. So we're working through that. Again, the bottom has got some of the colors in the images that I think Bill and Jessica will talk a little bit more about.
Did you guys come up with that on the fly, the manhole covers?
We did actually, yeah. Our give credit to our architect. Actually, we were all standing there for a job meeting and she said, it'd be kind of cool to use that. And it turns out that they're the exact same size as a manhole cover. I would say that we really would have liked to get the Broward County has a special manhole cover,
Yeah.
but they're 2 inches too big for the
Oh, yeah,
opening that we have. So
Okay.
didn't quite work. And again, here's a few more. This is the smaller conference room that's to the right of the big conference room. You'll see a portion of our job superintendent there. And then in the top middle is we have two little telephone booths that we're building. So if someone has to take a private call, pop out of this room and take a private call, we'll have a couple little cool little private telephone booths to there's no telephone, it's just a space to take a call, but it'll be nice. And then I don't think I have a picture of it, but down the hall from the telephone booths is maybe it is on the next one. Yeah, so this is if you look at the top left, the telephone booths are just around the corner from where the cabinets are. And this is that open area that's on the way down to where the legal offices are. So off to the top left, you can see the start of the workroom. Some of the cabinets are actually going in there. And again, the bottom has, and then actually, if you look at the top right, that's looking towards Angela's office is behind the wall there. So
And is that, do you use that wide corridor or?
Oh, they're gonna be.
There'll be offices there.
yeah,
Oh, okay. Okay.
there's workstations that are lined up along
I
the
got
windows actually. So there'll be a corridor right along the wall to the left, but there'll be, I think, 5 workstations along the glass there. And again, on the bottom, some of the furniture and finishes. And with that, I'll turn it over to Bill and Jessica, unless you guys have some specific questions for me.
No, that's great.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon. It's nice to see you again. It's been a couple of years since we've been able to come and make an update. Again, my name is Jill Thompson. We're here today with our Director of Facilities Management, Scott Campbell, and the Project Manager for GC West, Jessica Moore. We're actually not going to spend very much time talking about the new space for you guys. We're going to be talking to you about the other work that we've been doing to prepare for the rest of the Surtax staff that are coming in to support all of the operations. This might look familiar. This is kind of our overall scope of work that we've been looking at. Our work is spread across 3 different facilities, 4 departments, and 6 different divisions. This particular diagram kind of shows the outline of the work that's being taken care of by Construction Management Division with Rich's team. That's the phase 1, 2, and 3 in the blue that you have just looked at that's under construction now. The FMD scope, the pre-construction scopes A, B, and C is the work that we had to do so that they could begin their work for you. So we'll take a quick look at that. Scope A was getting building code services moved out of the facility. They went into a new location, really about halfway between our main government center and the government center out at GC West. We moved 75 staff into 15,000 square foot of space built out specifically for them. And you can see we incorporated their branding and continued standards for the offices that you will see repeated throughout. Scope B was actually moving Gretchen's team, the map administration team, into their offices in GC West so that they could be there prior to construction beginning. If you were to go visit Gretchen now, they've been very patient with all the construction noise and sometimes, yes, sometimes. As we work through the scope of their work, the offices were completed in last summer. And we're working on phase 2, which is a multi-purpose room for them that will be completed after the first of the year. In the small space, you can see in the red dash above, moving the ECP team out so that the counter relocation could occur. We moved the inspectors out and in the process had to restack some of the offices on the second floor for the EPGMD ECP team. So you can see the work that was done there. Once again, part of the standards that we're incorporating are laminate face panels where we've got high traffic areas so that it's easier to keep clean. We were doing most of this work throughout COVID, so being able to have social distancing, separation, and cleanable surfaces became even more important for everyone as we were moving through. And as we were moving through the building, another pre-construction project for transportation was to relocate the paratransit services team out of the triangular corner that they were in on the second floor, excuse me, on the third floor, and move them into open transaction space on the second floor so that they had accessible counters. This was also phased construction where we had the workstations towards the back of the space, you can see, completed first, and then you can see some photographs during construction where we reconstructed the service counter, dropped the whole thing down to ADA height, and then protected it with a ballistic enclosure to make those services more available. That left us some room to be able to renovate the space for transportation business administration. So as you do, these begin to step one to the next. Phases 1 and 2 right now are completed for transportation in that same corner where we had moved paratransit out. You can see our stacked crates where we're in process of getting the rest of the space for phase 3, which will be completed after before the end of the year. I think we look like we're shipping that last little bit that first week of December. For the work for transportation, originally we had we're looking at a much larger scope of work for that large suite, which is the whole southwest side of GC West on that second floor. As we were moved through COVID and as we were the teams were reconstituting themselves, the scope of work for the capital programs team was reduced significantly. They decided they didn't want to go for kind of a team open space. The way they worked best for the types of spaces they have now. So we've just recently been working with Mr. Garling back there to talk about his media needs for the conference room so we can get the conference room updated and make it a much easier space to work in. It's kind of an L shape now, as you can see up in the upper corner, which is rather awkward for any sort of meetings. By angling that wall, we'll be able to make that a much more reasonable space, create another private office, and rearrange a few workstations for the IT team. And that will pretty much complete our work for that particular group. We anticipate this will be under permitting over the summer, so that the next time we meet, this will be work that we'll be hopefully able to tell you about how well people have moved in and are settled in. Our other public works team that in the building is highway construction and engineering. We have gone through a couple of iterations with the design with this one. First of all was completing a conference room for them that would be a little bit separate from their overall space. You can see it's still in process right now. On the upper left-hand image, that is a space that is separated from the rest of the suite and overlooks the main atrium. In the process of building that room and beginning to use that room, they realized that they were okay with the conference room that they have. So the scope has backed off a little bit more and given us more space for workstations and for some team areas within the workstation constellation. The rest of our work is kind of concentrating on creating some semi-private offices along the interior spine so that the supervisors can be closer to the staff that are executing the project. And in the same manner that as we began to look through the projects for traffic engineering, we had a much larger scope of work intended for them as well, and found that once we were rearranged staff, put them closer together to where their teams were, we were able to concentrate most of our work in recreating a new pod for the traffic studies team, as opposed to having to do a larger construction. Now you can see as you kind of look through the hallway view over here on the left, the workstations to the left do not exactly match the workstations on the right. We again have implemented our standards of having the laminate surfaces that are more readily cleanable and wear a little better than the fabric panels that are often seen. This particular area created 2 semi-private offices as well as a charging station. And this particular project has spurred some additional work that will be funded by traffic engineering themselves and revisiting how their teams work and updating their workstation size as well as composition. It's been 2 years worth of work and trying to make certain that everybody has got what they need. A few more projects worth of between traffic engineering. We'll be finishing up the beginning of next year, and the work at GC West with highway construction as well as transportation are our last big projects.
Yeah, of all the things we saw, how much of that's being paid by surtax dollars? All of it, part of it?
All of it except for paratransit was paid for by transportation, and building code services relocation to their new offices was paid for by that agency.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And currently we are still under budget.
And when will the job be done? Then?
We have 2 more major projects at GC West that are in process. We'll hopefully will be under construction this time next year for highways.
For us?
Yes.
Our project is already under construction, but it's phased, as they were mentioning to you. So your space is expected to be ready next year.
Oh, yes, excuse me, for the surtax board, yes. Rich is more familiar with those schedules, but yeah, you're looking at that.
Next year, when in next year?
I would say it's probably April, May-ish when we'll have that project done.
Okay. Thank you. Does April, Mayish mean June-ish, July-ish?
We're gonna have your budget workshop that you have every August in that space.
Okay, good.
Promise.
So it's August-ish.
Any other questions or?
Any other
concerns?
questions? No? Doug, good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You got it.
That?
So at this point, generally in our retreats, we turn it over to you to the chair to lead discussion and to help focus us on priorities. And then I will go through what the notes that I took just now as far as things that you'd like to see on future agendas and potential presentations. And then we will need to set our 2023 calendar.
Okay. Let's start. Doug? You're enjoying that brownie. Adam? And what kind of items do we want to accomplish? You wanna help us get this discussion started?
Thank you.
So I'll talk to you about the future agenda items that you all just identified. Let's see if there are any other things. subsidizing advertising revenues for BCT. Bringing the scope of the updated ad contract to the oversight board during that same conversation. I think Tim indicated that he was open to doing that.
A question, I don't know whether subsidizing is the word. I just want to eliminate advertising off our buses, get back to our image. Fact that we're penny for taxes. And you get out of that game, whatever you want to call it.
Well, I
There's
think
no reason for us.
replacing funding that comes from,
We don't have to replace. I understand what you're saying. This should not be contingent upon replacing funding. This is the wrong use of that surtax bus, period. I don't care whether you replace it or not. I don't want to see the advertising on the buses.
It's a policy decision of the county commission. And I think they've made that policy decision, but I just want to, again, for the record, mention that most of the buses that you see on the road right now, in fact, I think with the exception, maybe, I don't know that the surtax has purchased any buses that are actually on the road right now. There were some that were delivered earlier this year. I mean, I think this summer, and then there's another delivery that's expected in December. Tim
But
had to
whether the
step out.
bus was purchased with surtax dollars or not, it's all part of the surtax system. And to me, all the buses are being maintained by surtax dollars now, right?
No, so the transportation department receives funding from a number of sources, including county general funds, but a substantial amount of the funding for the buses, the fixed route buses, comes from FTA and DOT funding, state DOT funding. And, the county commission in 2009, I believe, adopted its advantage marketing program that sets guidelines. And the county commission has made a policy decision to allow advertising and within those parameters. And it would be up to the county commission, a policy decision by the county commission, whether they wanted to discontinue the transit advertising program. So, there's revenue there that's generated by those buses. We have concurrency funds, their general funds, their FTA or Federal Transit Administration funds, and state department, Florida Department of Transportation funds, and there's fare box revenue, all of which, combine to make up the transportation department's budget. But all of that is decided, I guess the budget recommendations come from the county administrator, but the policy decisions regarding funding and how funding is used and whether there's going to be advertising on buses or any other county property is a policy decision.
I understand, but that decision was made before the surtax issue came up.
But they still
it's today.
decide.
I'm not saying they can't decide. That's their decision, but I believe the recommendation for this board is surtax,
Make a recommendation.
Understood.
surtax buses or whatever related should not be in this advertising game, whatever you want to call it. That's where I'm objecting. Now, I'm surprised to hear that such a minimum percentage of our buses are supported by surtax dollars, because I'm under the impression that overall, we're all going to have more and more of that, correct or incorrect?
So not for capital purchases. So the idea of leveraging other funds is where this comes in, because we won't get federal FTA funds for operations and maintenance. You get federal funds for capital, and buses are capital purchases, and they generally have a required local match, and the county matches that with part of it with local funds. But, to the extent that we can leverage state or federal funds, because I think we get capital money from the State Department of Transportation as well. So in order to leverage those funds, we have to use them for those purposes. So we use them for capital expenditures, which are buses. So the buses are not generally paid for with especially not the lion's share of it. It's not paid for with local money. It's paid with state and federal money.
but I thought that when back 2 years ago or whatever it was, when we restored mass transit routes, that we agreed that the surtax were paying for that subsidization to allow the routes to be expanded. Is
So
that no longer?
You are
the case?
absolutely correct. We restored a route on Johnson Street in Hollywood, Taft, sorry, in 2019 before the pandemic, utilizing the surtax. The surtax does subsidize transit operations because we talk about it all the time. There was an expectation that the surtax would be subsidizing transit operations at a much higher level than it has, but that's as a result of ARPA funding coming in and
But those are
reducing.
one-time revenues from. because
Correct.
of the-
And we were even showing you in the 5-year plan for transit that the surtax supplement that goes to VCT is going to grow exponentially when all the ARPA funds have been spent down. I think what I hear, and I know where this is, you know, the origination of this was, I think Bertha supported the idea of eliminating advertising on buses, especially any buses that were purchased with the surtax. And we talked about trying to create that type of branding consistency. So you can make a recommendation in your transmittal letter to the commission. Kevin Kelleher is here. He's an assistant county administrator. He's representing county administration at the meeting, and I know he's listening carefully. So he can take this back as well. If the recommendation was specific to buses that were purchased with surtax dollars, I don't think there would be as much of a concern. Because like I said, when DOT funds, as you noticed in Tim's presentation, DOT funds the express bus service. There's no advertising on that. Because it's a DOT funded, they fund the O&M and
we get capital.
and we get capital for the buses, exactly. So if we were to focus on elements of the transit fixed route system that were specifically purchased by the surtax, we probably have a different conversation. And you heard Tim mentioning that Primo, high capacity premium transit is generally it's not wrapped, it doesn't have advertising on it either, because you want to have a clear branding consistency in those types of BRT, LRT, commuter rail types of systems.
Well, whether it's the bus is purchased or the bus is supported by surtax holders, to me is irrelevant. Doesn't have to be a purchased bus. If surtax is paying any of it,
Right.
then we ought to be branded as a penny, not.
It's still a policy determination by the board. I mean,
Yes.
it's not something we get to decide. Just, I think for a statement from this board that we find it objectionable to have that kind of advertising when it is such a minimal part of the operations receipts to mass transit, to consider, for the board to consider the necessity of having an advertising contract on those ramps.
Okay.
And
Understood.
and why don't we add to the recommendation that in lieu of taking the revenue from that, let's pay for it with a surtax.
Right. That's
The same difference. You're gonna end up supporting the operation anyway to the tune of $1.5 million.
That's what I said earlier, that,
And
you know, to the extent that you're taking $100,000 a month off of the revenues, the surtax will make that up down the road, which is a legitimate expense of the surtax.
it's true.
Exactly.
So
So at our first meeting, when we're having an actual regular meeting, you all can make a motion. And I think Tim intends to come back, like I said, to you with what the actual advertising contract proposal is.
So it won't have been voted on yet, or,
No.
okay, good.
Okay, the next thing that I had written down was community shuttle routes and ridership strategy around the community shuttle program, which is something that he's also working on. And so Tim would be coming back with both of those presentations to show you where they are with that. Scott Bruner would be coming back to talk about a smart county strategic plan that includes the signal system and reevaluation of the original deployment from the 2018 plan around adaptive signal control.
And can we see like a map? I know we can see it on the dashboard, but in that presentation, just a map showing us where these smart signals for the next 30% of the county are gonna be going. Because, you know, and I wanna say one thing, because you said that there's cities that don't want it. Well, then move it to a city that does. Right? It's like, because there's municipalities that want more help than others, right? So move it to a city that does and because I don't buy that totally. I don't. I think there's other cities, everybody has their own objectives. I think there's other cities that have objectives like that. So yeah, that would be great if you could bring that.
Got that. And then I thought I heard that there might be interest from Phil, or I didn't capture the board member, to do groundbreakings for adaptive signal control projects. So I don't know if that was a joke or for real, but we are trying to identify the projects that we want to do groundbreakings for.
That was somewhat tongue in cheek.
Okay.
But again, but you're telling me that from your action committees or your focus groups, that it's not a concern, as big a concern. But, you know, it was part of the original promise that we would, you know, be devoting revenues to do traffic signalization. I don't know how you get there to publicize the fact that there is now
Right.
traffic signalization.
Well, and let's face it, polls change from year to year too,
Sure.
right? Okay, so at the end of the day, it's still part of the plan. And anytime we do something really great, we should take advantage from a marketing standpoint. So I agree with you 100%.
Again, that was, it shows it shows that we are following up on our commitment. Now, I don't know how you deal with it. Oh, but you can't have it for 5 more years. I don't know. That's going to be the potential, unless you just treat it. This is an ongoing effort to try to prove the technology.
So it's my understanding that it's in the 5-year capital plan and phased. So I guess we could get clarification from that from Public Works. Like they can't lay all of the fiber all at the same time.
The
And so-
fiber, I think, is almost all in place already.
So we did heavily front load the fiber, the first 3 years. I think we do have fiber projects that just came in front of you for 2023. A couple of them are collaborative projects with FDOT. Scott just mentioned to you all that there were 6 adaptive signal control projects that are planned in 2023.
We
And-
started to lay fiber 20 years ago. So I
Right.
mean, most of that backbone is out there.
So we could do groundbreakings for the 6 adaptive signal control projects that are expected to go into construction in 2023. And there are more. When he said we were going to get to about 30% penetration of the system by 2027, that means that there are going to be AS adaptive signal control projects every single year of the 5-year plan.
I should have asked Scott this, but do we put them in state roads and federal, like US 1 and?
Well, there are no federal jurisdictions
So
because
US 1 is a.
US 1 is a
MDOT.
state.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
And we actually, when we showed you the budget presentation for 23, if you all will kind of recall, there was a picture of Sunrise Boulevard, and there were several projects that were on state roads where the state was going to deliver them, and we were just sending the money to them and asking them to add additional adaptive signal control equipment on our behalf. But then there are projects that are on state roads where the county is actually delivering it because we're doing the vast majority of the work.
Okay, so that'll be a good report to hear about.
There was a question about Pat Salerno. And so we know the expressway, the Turnpike Authority,
It
is managing that project. And this is one of those
Right.
projects that's similar to what Gretchen just referenced. It was originally a turnpike project and the county asked for the interchanges, so the
Right.
updates. So while we got the cost estimates and committed the funding that the Expressway Authority indicated that we would need to commit to get the exchanges, that project is actually managed by them, and we would have to get, I guess, status.
No, what I was
Yeah.
looking there, I think in the context of some kind of a quarterly report where we have advanced money for studies or, design or concept
Yeah,
that will be hitting us into the future, that we start to just track how many promises we have made or are
and
likely to
underway.
make.
Yep.
So the status of the
For-
commuter
right.
rail, the
And
status of.
like you say, things like, well, we're not ready to divulge our plan for port airport transportation. We just say, that's a project that's still under study.
Yes,
And it's just like, promises made, promises kept,
yeah.
that we don't make commitments to $14 billion worth of projects that we are only going to have $10 billion to fund.
Okay, so I just want to make sure, I know about Pat Salerno, we have an operational analysis in BCT that you all are funding. We have the huge countywide intersection, over 100 intersections that it's being analyzed. That's a study that is in phases that's also under Public Works. Were there any other that you are specifically thinking of that you would like to get an update on?
That's the issue. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know what we promised or what people are talking about, using the Surtax in the long run for.
And how about that mobility project? I think it was in Sawgrass or somewhere where we were building a garage. We were gonna bring in, is that underway or is it in design?
That was, I
Remember
think,
that big project?
yeah, I think you're
We were
thinking
trying
of
to buy some land.
land acquisition. It was a $34 million land acquisition.
Yeah.
And I don't think, I'm not aware that it's done,
Oh, okay.
but we can get an update on it.
We
Yeah.
haven't started to design or anything like that for.
That's an significant impact project right there. Mr. Coolman, did you have
Yeah,
something?
well, are you done, Gretchen, with the list that you have? Because last meeting, we had a discussion about this letter to the state's attorney, What's happening with that? Which all ties back to sidewalks and bikeways, and have we figured our way out of that maze so that these cities?
You see, I woke the bear. I woke up the bear.
He never sleeps.
The good one.
There is no hibernation.
But anybody want to give an update, or was that
So-
something we're gonna be taking on next year, or what's the story?
So you received a copy of the draft Attorney General opinion when the county attorney was here last month. And we've received input internally from administration regarding the draft letter, request for an Attorney General opinion. And we've also circulated the draft to municipal attorneys seeking their input and inquiring as to whether the cities wanted to, had any comments that they wanted to add, or whether they wanted to sign in as, supporting the request. And so that process is ongoing. The letter the request has not been sent to the Attorney General yet, and I guess the county attorney will determine when that will happen.
Well, I assume the board will determine whether the county attorney proceeds.
Well, I believe that,
Which
the county
I don't
attorney
think
would
I don't think
input
the county attorney would send a letter
that
without getting the input of his county commissioners.
would say that would be correct.
So we are allowed, though, to recommend to the county commission that they give this due consideration, correct?
You can make recommendations.
We haven't done that yet, right?
I don't know. I don't believe
Well,
that
it
occurred.
appeared to me that if we have this letter that's out there that kind of originated here, in my opinion.
I don't think it originated.
No,
Not-
no.
Only
According to the
idea,
latest correspondence I saw, that
Discussion.
projects
the
have been
idea
resolved.
originated.
Right, the memo that I sent,
Right.
and that is in the work. So I have reached out to the city attorneys, the municipal attorneys, regarding the projects that were on the list attached to the memo that I sent you, and
Were
we
there
are.
6 or 9? projects? Were there 6 or 9 projects that were being impacted by the no
So-
sidewalk?
Of the projects for which we had received information from the cities, there were 6. There were other projects where the cities had not submitted any initial documentation for the 2020 projects. So with regard to all of them, we've been able to resolve some that there were questions. So the issue was, as I indicated in the memo, just because the project was titled sidewalks doesn't mean that it didn't include road improvements. And so we needed additional information in order to determine whether they did. Some of them, provided that information. Some have not submitted anything at all. And all we had was the 1-page, blurb from the MPO from 2020. So what I'm in the process of doing is reaching out to all of the city attorneys and meeting and requesting additional information or clarification or any information at all for the ones that had not been received in order to be able to assess the projects and where they are. And to the extent that the projects can be tweaked without, materially modifying the projects, we are working towards that end.
So would it be fair to say we're working on the original projects to see if we can get them rectified or approved or whatever? We're also looking at, with this letter, I presume, clarification from the state so that we can move ahead with more what used to be called standalone sidewalk and bike trails. Is that a correct comment or not?
So the request for an attorney general opinion is in draft form. I can't say right now whether it's actually going to be sent. So the discussion is to, whether or not to send it. And there are a lot of factors that have to be weighed with regard to, whether the letter gets sent and in what form. And so all of that is still in process.
I understand, but I thought it was this board's obligation to look into expediting these city projects for bikeways and trails in the way the voters voted for. And I still believe that whether we do it by tweaking the submissions, which is good, educating the city, so the next ones come in without this issue is valid. And I also think we need to see what we can do to, I guess the way I look at it is update the interpretation of what a road is, okay? And this letter to me is part of that. We are charged with improving mobility, not just for cars, but people, bicycles, runners. And I think it's our obligation. So I would hope, and we maybe, whether we need to take a vote someday or not, I don't know. But I would hope we would decide to send this to this county commission for their due consideration. And whenever that's appropriate, I assume we're going to be working through that at the start of next year. Am I all wet?
So I would think that maybe a letter to the county commission is appropriate, but we got to think about what the consequences might be if you send a letter to the state.
Right.
Okay. Broward County sends a letter to the state. Okay. So, because you don't know what might come of that. And rather than coming up with creative solutions, and now I think they heard us loud and clear last month. And I think that our team is trying to figure out ways to help these cities get what you also want, which is some bikes and some sidewalks. But, maybe there's a creative way where you say, look, you've always needed this road work done over here, and you want a bike path over here next to Holiday Park or something. We'll pay for that. You guys pay for that. I mean, there's got to be a way where you can do it, stay within the ordinance and get some solutions, some projects completed. And then in the meantime, do the minimum on the ones that are adjacent, do the very minimum of road work so that you still put the bike path in or just the sidewalk, but you add a crosswalk or an apron or something somewhere. So it meets the intent of the ordinance, and then everybody's got a place to hide, and, they've got cover when it comes to following the state.
Well, I don't want to candy coat this thing. I think there's a problem between what the voters voted for and what this interpretation of the law says, okay? I think it's outdated, and I think we should pursue that. Now, if this county commission decides not to, that's their choice. I'm saying from our position, I think we have an obligation to bring this up because I think it's flawed. And I don't think that we should have to have our hands tied to something like that. If they decide not to go forward, that's their decision. But I can't go to sleep at night knowing that we didn't do what we're supposed to be doing here. And that's what the voters voted on. And I don't care what the technical aspect of the law says, because I can get a group over here that says this. I can get a group over here that says this. That's why we have law of attorneys.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Vice Chair, I do think that the Attorney General opinion route does have its downsides. As you heard Mr. Myers several times on October 13th mention to you, it is advisory. It's not case law. It will potentially bring more attention to the program at the state level, maybe at a time that would not be optimal. But we are looking at a lot of ways internally to address your concerns. And so we've worked closely with county administration. Monica Sapero sent a letter to the Surtax subcommittee of the BCCMA, which I shared with all of you yesterday, setting forth the proposed new process that will be used when municipalities submit projects to the MPO through their process to allow for a cure period, to allow for there to be written documentation of issues with respect to eligibility, and not just once, but have two opportunities to bring a project into an eligible status prior to the MPO transmitting their recommendations to the county. So some of the things that you had mentioned as far as providing technical assistance, hand-holding, being, very transparent about what the specific issues are so that they are able to try to address them. Those are all things that we are going to work towards in the upcoming cycle that opens in February.
I think that's all positive. We're in year 4 or 5 of 30. And to me, this is an issue that ought to be fixed, not brushed in the corner and fixed another way. So I hope we continue the dialogue.
Yeah. You must.
On Doug's topic, I was just gonna ask, I think the county attorney had recommended that we fix the procedural issue. Is that gonna come up on our agenda next year, or are we waiting for some other decision?
So it'll be, I guess, addressed on an upcoming agenda. To the extent that we're unable, there's some from cycle 1 that we're not able to resolve. There'll be, the procedural issue will be addressed at a later meeting.
Yeah, I think we need to keep in mind, if we were in Miami, we probably wouldn't be having this discussion in the same way because they look at it a little differently.
No, they don't.
That's not what I heard last meeting.
Yeah, but you heard that their lawyer said that
Secretary.
they don't, right? There's a difference. So it is a legal issue, and we have to be careful how this is approached. And I understand what you're saying about the ballot. I think the county attorney made it clear, last meeting that, the ballot, we are operating within the ballot language, and you can disagree with that if you'd like. But, bike lanes and sidewalks are incorporated into road improvement projects, and that's not inconsistent with the ballot language. And there are a lot of municipal projects from cycle 1 for which we have not received anything. And it's not just sidewalk title projects. There are a bunch of them for which the cities have not submitted any of their project documentation. So in order for the projects to move forward, it doesn't get initiated with the county. It's incumbent upon the cities to prepare their project documentation, whether it's a construction phase, having the construction documents, their signed sealed construction documents ready for construction bid. If it's design phase, having the design scope such that we can prepare the agreements. So, I understand, and I would love to have, the county would like to have these projects moved as well, but there are projects, it's incumbent upon the cities to submit the ones that have it. And there's still quite a few.
To contact those cities to get this thing resolved, and that's all, that's all we can do. If they
Yes,
don't want to play ball, then they don't have to worry about that. It's the ones that will want sidewalks and bikeways that have been deemed ineligible. That's the ones I'm worried about.
Okay. All right. Is there any other items or any other focus that we should continue? I love the whole Primo thing. If we can hear about it as it progresses, it might be 6 months down the road. When those reports start to come back on the the studies, that'll be very interesting. Anybody else? I think,
I would just,
yes,
Mr.
sir.
Chairman, I would just note to the members of the board, materials that we have today, there were financial statements, balance sheet provided as of June 30th. And just as a note, in one of the issues that on an ongoing basis that we need to be careful relative to the increasing fund balance that is being created and generated because of the back end nature of the funding down the road for monies that are collected today. And, it's $1.1 billion as of September 3rd, or not September, June 30th. And one of our obligations down the road is to be able to respond, well, why are you sitting on $1 billion worth of funding? Well, there is a reason and rationale for that, but I don't want us to get into the same kind of publicity that's going on down the street relative to another governmental agency.
Right. And so, and yes, we can bring that. I know we've had the discussion before, but we can, I guess, provide like quarterly updates because the operations and maintenance of rail is going to be, the cost of, capital cost of rail is going to be
So it's
exponentially
kind of like a
expensive.
reserve for the future
Yes.
expenses.
So, you could spend hundreds of millions of dollars on developing rail, and while you could get Federal Transit Administration or infrastructure funds for, I think, 80% of it, there's generally a 20% local match at least. And the federal government doesn't pay for operations and maintenance. So in order to implement premium transportation like rail, we have to have the operations and maintenance funding. And for federal grant applications, we have to demonstrate that we have the ability, we have a funding source, a local funding source for operations and maintenance. So, but we can emphasize those things in like the quarterly meetings as it relates to the reserves and the costs associated with what we're trying to develop going forward.
That's great.
Can you put a footnote? Saying that we are not hoarding this money. It is not.
Right.
That's what she said she's gonna do. Exactly.
Not hoarding, we're preparing for rail and the expenditures associated with rail and
Yeah,
other
it's
premium.
expensive.
Real, I mean, it's that list of projects that, down the road that we have conceptually.
That are all part of the plan.
forward on it. In the past, we never had the money to do those types of things. Today, we have that money, but we need to make sure that we track that on an ongoing basis. That we don't overcommit, because at the end of 30 years, people are going to say, well, do I want to extend this spending tax or not? It's going to be dependent upon our performance.
So the other thing that will happen early, once we set our calendar, there will be a presentation done by the vendor that is doing the focus groups to bring you the final report with the updates. It'll also include an overview of what the public perception survey results were that acted as kind of the basis for the focus group questions. And so you'll probably be getting that, your first 2023 meeting.
Okay.
I wanted to update you all that the appointing authority is meeting on January 6th to hopefully fill the 2 positions for which your colleagues did not seek reappointment.
Who's getting reappointed?
Not.
Not reappointed?
Allison Love and Dr. Consuelo Kelly.
Just to comment on your last discussion over federal versus state
Leverage.
leverage. I think you should keep the federal and state separate from the other. I think it's fine to have it, but I don't want to mix that in. I think generally we think even though it's all coming from the taxpayers, we look at it a little differently. So I think it's fine to have the other things, but I would like to keep the state and federal separate.
But it's still nice to have it as a subtitle.
No, I agree.
Okay, let's go through those meeting dates.
Oh, Bill, was there something you wanted from the auditor? The county auditor? I remember during the county auditor's discussion presentation this morning, you had questions. I know one of them was on that conflict issue, which he said he would bring back, and I wasn't sure if there was anything else.
No, that was it. I mean, he answered the other questions.
Are we gonna follow the same program basically? What was it, the third Thursday or something like that?
That is completely up to you all. We can
What did
do
we
third
do?
Thursday. I think this year we did Fridays.
Oh, third Friday, was it? Or what was it? Is it
So-
the same as today?
So in January, we have the 27th of January held already.
What day of the week is it?
That is a
Friday.
Friday,
Good.
What day did you say?
the 27th, which is a Friday.
Okay,
And that would be at GC East in room 430 where we've been meeting.
okay.
We could also do, again, this depends on what your preferences are. We could also do the 3rd of February or the 10th of February, because we've held all of those already. So if you would like there to, and the only reason I was hesitating to do the last Friday in January is because if we don't have the 2 new members appointed on January 6th, if we don't have adequate numbers of applicants and we still need to orient them, get them badged and all of that, that it might take longer than that, 3 weeks.
Okay.
So
So those are backup dates?
it's for you all to decide if you would rather move into February or if you'd want to just keep it in January.
I'm good all three days.
Are they all Fridays?
They're all Fridays.
Okay.
Is there any desire to move it from Friday, which is what we did this year?
I mean, once in a while, someone has a conflict, but for the most part,
Okay.
Fridays are pretty open for me.
I would hate to set the meeting dates though without their input or beyond.
Yeah.
That first meeting.
Yeah. I agree. And we don't have Anthea or Shay today. So what we could do is at least get that January meeting on the calendar, and then that very first meeting with everyone, we'll try to do the whole rest of the year. Does
Sounds
that
good.
work?
Yeah, sounds great.
So we'll stick with the 27th.
If there's a conflict with the 27th, just put out the other 2 dates and we'll
Yeah, I would keep those held. I know you do. Thank you, Roy. Okay,
What time, maybe 9:30, 10?
is 9:30 still good for everybody?
Yeah.
Okay, let's just keep it with that. I did want to talk to you about another initiative that you all asked for back in 2020, and we talked a little bit about this year, which was a central repository for everything municipal project related. And I just wanted to give you an update on where we are with that. We're almost through the QA. Our ETS IT folks are finishing the QA on it right now for phase 1. The whole idea of, we have a portal right now, but it's not dynamic. It's a completely static portal. It's a SharePoint site. Cities can upload to it once we give them access, and they can put information in there and we can review it. But there's really no logic that's built into that particular system. It's just basically a repository. The new one has all kinds of logic. It provides notifications. It's built, so in the actual database itself, it knows that this type of report is due 45 days from the end of a quarter, and this type of report is due. And so it can actually create a report schedule for every single project based on when it gets executed, based on when the NTP comes in, if we've got a construction project. And so there's automated email notifications. There's the opportunity for us to communicate from the legal to OESBD to even our public works department that does some reviews of municipal projects on our behalf. We can have internal notes that the cities can't see. We can have external notes that the cities can see. There's an acceptance period, and then there's notifications if you're running up against, the end of that acceptance period. We're able to provide them, we can hold. Not too much. It's gone. They're like, you're done. Stop talking. The beauty of it is that it offers a collaborative workspace for everyone that is working with the municipal projects, whether they be rehabilitation and maintenance or capital. So this just gives you an idea of what the workflow looks like. We would have various folks looking at reports as they are uploaded. We have deliverables that are uploaded, like 30% or 60% design. We would be able to transition those from, you can either assume that everybody that needs to review these documents already has access to the database, or let's say we need to get some input from somebody at FDOT. We can actually email the document from the database externally and then upload the email responses into the portal so that everybody can see what comments have been received on any particular document. It offers us the opportunity to review, validate, and accept. So it has different statuses for these various types of documents or reports. As I mentioned earlier, it will provide email notifications if a report is due or it's aging. It has different views for the municipalities than it does obviously for internal staff that are utilizing it. Once a municipality is given access to the portal, they will be able to see only the information that is related to their municipality. And if it is the municipality's desire for there to be even more limited viewing, then the project manager for any particular project can view only that specific project.
Could you explain? It sounds like censorship or something. I mean, what do you mean? This information's in there and they can only, one group can only see it? I don't understand it.
So if you're a municipality, you may not want your Dania Beach, you may not want the city of Oakland Park to be able to see all of your project related data. So the way that it's structured from a municipal side is that if you belong to a particular municipality's project management Surtax group, you would get access to this and you would be able to see your municipality's documents. If you're a contractor that's uploading documents on a specific project, we can even limit you to only that project being able to access it and upload it. It's a quality control.
With that said, if we had this system in place today, the original 116 projects we would be able to see which ones are negligent, correct?
You can see everything, because on the administrative side, you can see
Right, but
everything.
I'm saying right now, we don't have that ability.
No, we do. And we tell you on a pretty regular basis. I tell you on a regular basis if you've got issues with a particular city, whether they're submitting their reports on time, whether their financial reports are incomplete. We give you annual performance updates, and we also are required under our contract to provide that same performance appraisal to the MPO.
You remember during COVID, when we were going to the government center, we were complaining about the county thing, and they completely redid the system back. It's been about a year, right? That,
But I'm hearing today, we still have cities that haven't submitted anything.
Absolutely.
it's a real problem.
Yep,
Huh?
and
It's real
probably
problem.
50 of them,
Yeah, but
if
it's
not
tying
more.
up dollars,
50
right?
projects.
How many?
Yeah, there are a bunch of municipal projects for which we have not received any documentation to prepare agreements.
We're gonna get you a list.
If-
We're gonna
and
send you over there.
Relying on the municipalities to sign into this program, this process, I think we're daydreaming that, with 31 cities out there, 32 cities, that they're not all going to agree to utilize the kind of reporting mechanism.
Oh, no, they're already utilizing it. That's what I'm saying. They already have a SharePoint site and they're all using it. It's no issue. If you get a grant from the state, you use their system. You get a grant from the FTA, you use their system. MPO, you use their system. They don't have any issue with it.
It's similar to.
They love it.
to Online banking.
But they're ignoring, they're not, but it's not generating any kind of action on their part to move forward on these projects.
So you're referring to the active projects,
Right. These are projects that are actually,
Where they've actually
well,
submitted some.
I mean, to your point, though, there is a piece of this where they can upload the information that's necessary in order for you to get your project funding agreement executed, right? Which is the checklist process. There are a lot of reasons why cities aren't submitting checklist documents to get PFAs. It's not just one reason. Some of these projects are no longer wanted. They've gone through political changes.
Changed elected officials.
Exactly. And their priorities have changed, or they're not going to be able to come up with the additional money, and they know the cost estimates
They
are
don't have
bad.
the support of their jurisdiction to support their resource needs.
Right.
I hear you.
But I assume as every day goes by, we are encumbering less and less money. Because as I understand it, that money is still set aside for these projects.
It is.
How much money is it?
Well, there was approximately 55 million. This is cycle one that I'm
Right.
talking about 55 million for municipal capital, and then another 65 or so for rehabilitation and maintenance. That was 40 rehabilitation and maintenance
Some
projects.
of those cycle themselves off automatically, but.
5 have already been completed.
So we have some monies that are just gonna sit over here in a pot.
They sit and they roll forward. Every budget cycle, we just roll them forward. And they're sitting there in the municipal capital project and the rehabilitation and maintenance project pot.
Municipalities to figure that out and to vote on it.
Are they allowed to submit for new projects?
Yes.
Why?
But I think we raised the issue
We
going
fixed it.
forward that in
Remember, it was
evaluation of
holding
this
it up,
process,
So we fixed it.
we're going to consider
thought we
past
fixed it.
performance
did.
before we make the next ranking.
And that's what I just mentioned, is that when we do the performance appraisals that we bring to you, we also provide them to the MPO as part of their evaluation and rating process.
So they're allowed to submit.
Doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to get recommended.
And
So that's
again,
the
if they
only-
don't start construction by a certain date, they're gonna fall aside anyway, right?
Well, for capital projects, it doesn't apply to planning, design, or rehabilitation and maintenance projects.
So our only carrot issue is we might not approve. Because they haven't fulfilled their application for the others.
It becomes a factor. It's a
Right.
factor among many factors that are used to evaluate new applications when they come into the MPO. It's one of the weighted factors for evaluating their applications for new projects.
Trying to figure out what the Surtax board is supposed to do, which I think is
We
make
depend on
sure everyone's
MPO.
treated fairly.
We
It
depend
would
on
appear to
MPO.
me,
They are contractors.
huh?
We depend on the MPO. They're the subcontract.
They're the ones that are
Right.
managing the city.
Right.
Call them
Dude,
in,
we-
you know.
I think we get too hung up on the whole municipal thing. I gotta tell you, they're the MPO, let them, they can figure it out. And if they don't, that's their problem. It's this much of the whole project, of the whole plan. And honestly, I think we spend a lot of breath on this. That's my opinion. But they've had plenty of time to figure out how to do it properly. And that's the problem. That's why it was would have been so bad if this surtax would have been split amongst all the cities. It would have been a mess. Nothing would have gotten done. There would have been a whole bunch of pet projects that never even related to transit. So, just saying.
What do you really think?
Huh?
I said, what do you really think?
It's true, though, and then look what we're doing now with 10%, the 10%.
Yeah, and they requested an allocation. The cities wanted an allocation.
far-
similar to
It's gotten
what
so
we
much
do with
better
gas tax.
because of
Yeah.
our complaints.
Yeah, it's far more than 10% in the early parts
I
of
know,
the
because
program.
we gave
But,
them
you know,
that.
now that we've gone to fiscal year 2027, we're back down to 10% again. Because we know the amount of demands that the rest of the program is going to take.
And I'm not sure if you were here, but the MPO came and spoke to us either the last meeting, the meeting before. They're doing a good job. There's a few cities that don't do, it's like children. There's
Well,
always
and
a
it's
few.
very resource intensive. If you, I mean, we have some very small cities that still have not submitted anything, but we reach out to them all the time and they say they're working on it, they're working on it, they're working on it. And then we have some big cities. I mean, we want geographic equity. I mean, I've heard that from you all consistently. So if there is a large city that can justify why they haven't submitted their checklist or why they don't want these projects anymore, I mean, I think we would want to consider them in a future cycle, just to make sure that there was surtax funding that was kind of hitting all of our county.
Enough said.
So I just want you to know that at some point in the future, we're going to be showing you a live demo when it's actually gone through the full QA process. And we'll also be going out to the cities offering technical assistance. We'll do workshops like we always do, make sure that they understand how it works. The next phase of the portal is legal. And then the final phase is going to be public works, you know.
And this just helps even more with the organization.
Absolutely. Breaking down silos. That's really what this program is supposed to be all about, breaking down silos. And now at this point, unless you all have additional feedback that you'd like to give to us, we were able to secure a tour of the
Yeah.
facility if you all would like to take one.
So are we done with the meeting?
We're done with the meeting. We can adjourn it and I will start
All right,
cleaning up.
meeting
I think
adjourned.
Kevin would like to have a quick conversation with you though,
Okay.
while we wait for Terry to come and do the tour.
Real quick, Kevin Keller, Assistant County Administrator, on behalf of Knox County Administrator, we just want to thank you all for your job in doing this. We know it's a lot of time. And you know, the pay isn't that well.
Good lunches, though. We get good
We're
lunch.
looking at doubling the pay.
Lunch